Hello. Hi, hi. Hi, Nexus. Hi, Shredder. Hi, Brian. Have good luck, Brian. And have fun with friends, too. And we have the stink bomb. The stink bomb. Does this work? Oh, yeah, okay. Ah, I need to clear my room. Someday. Someday I'm gonna do it. But hi, hope we're doing good. Hello. I think my brain just shut down for a little bit there, which is a little bit early to be honest. But there's like a few things I want to mention real quick. I know I'm late. I'm super late. It's 12:30 p.m. I'm sorry. Right. I've been trying to prepare for the trip that I'm going. Yeah, the trip. I've been trying to prepare for the trip that's gonna happen at December 8th. Oh yeah, also stream closed caption will not work when I play Killer Instinct because for the workaround of not having mic enable all the time for Killer Instinct, I need to set the default device as something else that doesn't project any noise. So that's why closed captioner relies on a default device. But because the default device doesn't project any sound, so closed caption doesn't work, sadly. Sorry. How is the bubble? Still anxious and kind of just all over the place trying to prepare for the trip on December 8th that I'm gonna fly to KL. Or question for Kobo, why so afraid of doing some art? Character-wise or me personally? Character-wise, I don't know. It's just the character saying that I set for a couple afraid art, so that I can, so that I can have a chance to showcase a bit of my other characters. I mean, I love being a kobold. I totally do, but also I kind of want to share some love with some other for my other characters as well. Still like. My creations gonna share some love. Anyway, I'm gonna close this and close this. So yeah, just a side note, closed caption is not gonna work today. Sorry. But also because I don't want to just let anyone in Killer Instinct listen to what I say. I don't like that. I don't like that. I don't want it. I don't like it. I don't like it. So that's why. So let me. Oh yeah, I don't know why, but I've downloaded Phantasy Star Online 2 back. Phantasy Star Online 2. Look. Oh, I forgot to change scene. Okay, let's go. I love the game. I really do. The combat of this game is pretty fun, not gonna lie. Being able to fly around and punch, it's great. Did my first attempt at modeling and rigging a humanoid model in Blender yesterday. Ooh, how did it go? I mean, modeling a humanoid model as the first thing to do is honestly pretty hard. Because modeling is easier when you're modeling something that's like hard surface objects, to be honest, like objects that's like solid shape. It's slightly easier. But not saying that it's impossible to model a humanoid thing. It was paid, but it turned out well. Nice. Good to know. I've no thumb, but you can imagine thumb. You can imagine thumb here. Good to know. Let me close this one as well. Look at this bitch. Look at Glacius. Ew. So also I changed a bit of a controller here. The controller is more fit for general gameplay. It's kind of funny how I have a general gameplay controller and a Tekken controller. Whoa, did it not work? Oh, it does work. It just doesn't let me skip. For whatever reason. Killing this thing is big. I'm gonna play more of these, right? I really want. The game itself is heckin' amazing. Also, because I'm playing on full screen, it will have like, it will have screen flashes like this. I apologize in advance. So whenever I switch to the other, essentially whenever I tap out, it will have a screen flash. So, sorry. But yeah, I kinda want to, play the games I want to play lately. Just, I don't know. Also, there's another thing I want to check out is the Shadow Lab. And I think it's a good time to show it too. So Shadow Lab is something that I mentioned during my Tekken 8 stream. Tekken 8 mentioned that they had some sort of a shadow matches as well, right? And then it's like, that definitely reminded me of this. So this is Shadow. I can view replays? So yeah, I can see how my Shadow go against other players, which is very interesting. So to the right side, that one is my Shadow. My Shadow is going against another player, so I can check how my Shadow performs against someone else. So I'm not playing as Riptor right now, it's my Shadow that's playing. Oh? Oh goddamn, that's wild. Hard knockdown? What'd I do? What? My Shadow is going wild? Oh my god, all the manuals? Oh? Oh my god, that is stupid wild. What the fuck is that? No Ultra? That's fair. Yeah, my Shadow just destroyed someone, but of course it's like the kind of a rare case there. Like you see that there's like last 15 wins out there, and then there's like bounties over there. Bounties is like I lost to that person. That's why bounty. Of course you're playing a Raptor. Narix! Of course I can play a Raptor. So I think these are the ones that I lost to, and these are the ones that I won against. So it's like, cool. And I can also do a lot of things here, just like I can check my Shadow data. It sort of behaves like you have attack success, all the things that generates a how I play sort of. Manual use 65%, that's insane. No taunt, of course no taunt. Ultra stage, Ultra 97%. Okay. The only real choice. Yeah, see, Nexus gets it. I can customize my Shadow. I can test my Shadow. How would I fight against myself? My a few years back self. Like, how would that do? I'm going naked Yoshi. So there's also like a Shadow survival where you get to do a survival mode, but you're fighting against a bunch of different shadows out there. So it's like really cool. I think the single player content for this game is pretty not bad, to say the least. It's pretty good. It's pretty good. I don't even know how I fare against myself at this point. Oh my god, what's with the lag? The block? The blocks? The blocks are quite insane, not gonna lie. Look at the blocks! What the fuck? Fuzzy guarding. Oh god. I can break that. Fuzzy guarding. Oh god. I think this is a solid shadow, what can I say? Oh god, I cannot do it. Like this. Closer, go back, closer, go back.
Supreme victory.
That's a surprisingly good shadow. But why do I even have a Kim Woo shadow? Like, why? 73 wins and 65 losses? More wins? My Ritter has more loss. What the hell? Cobalt Killer Instinct? Oh, never count a Cobalt now with your Killer Instinct. Shell data. Oh god, the slowdown is weird. Yeah, the only problem with the shadow mode is that the shadow download is a little slow. Sad to say, it's a tad bit slow. Other than that, there's not much issue. I got a freaking dragon. Damn, I'm just rushing in. I'm playing slowly and see how my how my shadow reacts to all these. Oh, too much. Good crap. Manual? God damn. What? Damn, I was good. Alright, get the kill, get the kill. Oh, hi Evie. Ah, they don't block this. Oh, damn. Aha. Damn, I forgot Kimbo can do that. Uh oh, misinput. Oh my god, I tried to parry so much? Really? What if I whiff some buttons? What am I gonna do? I'm gonna whiff some buttons. That's a whip punish? Oh my god, I'm actually good. My shadow is actually good. No swift punish with medium punch? Okay. The blocks, nice. Oh my god, it's wild. No wonder I have a fucking Kimbo shadow. Nah, we break those. Oh. Okay, so it's a pattern. Damn, I'm so good at zoning? Oh my god. The spacing is insane. No fucking way. Wait, my Kimwu has so good shadow? No wonder I have more wins. That's very interesting. Cute Kobo, so cute. I watch way more than this, but this is a cuteness scale of 1 to 10, a pure 15. I hope you're doing good, Evie. Oh wait, I can even see the matchup. 1 Cinder, 1 Kimwu, 1 Kilgore. No Riptor? Really? Wait, is that Riptor? 1 Riptor, 1 TJ combo, 3 Jago. Fair enough. 2 Thunder, 1 Sadira. That's a lot of Jago. 2 Eagles. 2-1 against you. 2 win. 2 on 2, 100%. Oh wait, I'm looking at the recordings. I'm supposed to look at matches. Yeah, so this is the single player thing, Shadow Lab. I think it's pretty cool. I think it's actually really fucking cool. And story essentially is just like a character you play and then you get an ending. That's pretty much it. Like usually how fighting game do, like a character arc, and then you play through the character, you get an ending. Yeah. Shadow Lab seems neat, very neat. Like for when I first looked at it in 2013 or like in 2016 to 17, I think I was still playing this game, and then I saw Shadow Lab. It sort of learned how I play and then implemented Shadow on its own. It's like, what? That is so cool though. So yeah, it's very interesting. And to see Tekken 8 has that as well, which I played for a little bit towards the end of the CBT, wink wonk, towards the end of the close beta test, I tried a bit of a shadow matches against someone else, and I think it's really cool that they implement those kind of stuff inside. Like if you have okay, like if you have bad connection like I do and bad location like I do, having a mode like that does ease the pain a little bit. It totally does. Blom? I like Blom. Slightly improved performance, sure. I like motion blur in this game is implemented really well. Why if I lower down resolution? What's gonna happen? Oh, that's a bad full screen discard change. So I guess I'm gonna close off something. I want the bloom though. And these are on low, it's fine. Because there's some weird slowdown, even on single player mode, that doesn't make sense. I love how they chose 2 Cinder with the most particle effect character to do the performance test. Good, huh? Good. Okay. Okay. Should be good. 5 weeks? Wait. Oh right, it's already December. I'm stupid. It's already December. It's a new month. A good thing I got to gold beforehand then, right? Yeah, good thing I got to gold beforehand. Good. Because I don't want to go back to like silver. I don't want to reset all my silver rank. If I were to lose that last round before the promotion to gold, and then if I open the game today, all my silver points will get reset. It's like cutie. Wow, Ixen's a cutie. Speaking of cutie, there's a bunch of cuties here, but there's a few cuties who streams too. Oh, you're playing Gunfire Reborn? Cool. And then there's also Ixen. Get shouted at. You have been shouted at by the kobold. You're still sleeping? Have good sleep. Also, you're the cutie too.
Fight on.
Jeremy? Jeremy? Whoop, sweepy boy. Go for the kill, I guess? Yeah. I'll just get the kill. That was a bit of a bully. Hi, Rezzy. Also, hi, Lex. That was a bit of a bully. Oh no! Why is the boob right there? Oh god! I need my boob. I need my boob. Look at that. I need the boobs. Oh, I mean the pet is gonna. Yeah, there it is. Get boop. I've been booped.
Boop da snoot.
Boop da snoot. Boop da snoot. Boop the snoot. Snoot gets boop. Boop the snoot, very important. Oh, let's go.
I heard if you head pet, boop, and spoil a bowl, you get free luck.
That is true. If you give a kobold pet poop and spoil a bold, you get free luck. A lot of free luck. Also, this person chose Devil's Landing. You know they mean business. Oh god. Masu! Ooh. That's a medium, I didn't break it. Is that a combo starter? Oh no, that's wild. Oh, that's light. Oh, I'm slowed down. I forgot about that. I forgot about that. Do they know about this? Good call. Oh, that's so wild. Oh, that's a good call, damn. Let's go. We take those, we take those, we take those. Never thought I'd ever want to see a raptor in a skirt, but this has made my week. Hey, Riptor is a very good girl. Riptor very good. That's a nice comeback though. Let's see if I can pull it off again. Nice jump. Ooh, that's wild. Oh god. I can react to that. I tried to learn his pattern, but learn their pattern, but they're changing. Good jump. Rush down. Good. Another one. Good. Masu. Oh, nice. Masu. My soup. Oh, but I soup. I got souped. Oh, nice. That's a combo. Alright. I got to the... Oh, that's death, I think. Get robbed. Get robbed. Good Kanra though, damn. Like, it's the first time I've seen a Kanra this good. It's insane. That is a fucking insane Kanra. I cannot do big kudos to that Kanra. Holy shit. Like, see, the thing is, Kanra struggles against rushdown characters, and Ritter is one. And you see how they're adapting to my game plan. It's insane. That is one amazing Kanra. What can I say? Damn. And set the whole map on fire. Yeah, and Ritter can put out flame carpet, put out flame mortar, flame attacks. Essentially, her heavy punch is like a flamethrower. And one more players. And also just now that Kanra match, that's a gold on gold, so that's why we get a first to 2 instead of a first to 1, which is heckin' great. I'm actually browsing. I'm actually browsing Twitter because there's no like warm up section when I'm waiting for opponent for this game, which is pretty much the only downside I feel like. Kinda sad. And this is way sexier than it has any right to be. I may make some mistakes in sushi story in the near future. Oh god, okay. Killer rank gargles. Yoshi. Hi, join the Discord. Hi Slasher. Why do I need to excite? Oh, it's just to like to let me know that you're in the server. Nice. Oh, too late. Ooh. Ooh. Do you know about this? They know. Good shit. Nice. Good call. Oh! Doesn't work. That's a cross up. Oh, good call. It's a really strong Jago. It's a true killer rank. Let's go. I'm joined known as Jamie in the Discord. Okay, thanks. Thanks for telling me. I will. English. I will give you the role afterwards, real quick. Thanks again. Also, welcome to Discord. Nice. I should stop doing that. Medium? Heavy? Ooh, good call. Oh, I'm dead. I tried to grab. He's getting his health back. Get crossed up. Oh, I did it too quick. Grab. Ooh, dash and grab. That's wild. I tried to grab. Good shit. This really strong Jago. Need to figure out the frame traps. That's a really good Jago. See, this is exactly the proof that I'm in gold rank now. I'm getting destroyed. And this is normal. Because it's been, oh sorry, it's been years since I last played this game and I'm glad to be back. Alright, give me a second. Also, I'm just like telling people to verify themselves once they join a Discord server. I mean, only if possible, right? Because there's been like scams going on Discord, which is, you know, has been going on for a while, for quite a long time too. And there were a few people, random people, who just joined the Discord server and then just like start to DMing people about like, oh, I want to commission. No, it's like, do you want to commission? I do all sorts of arts. And those kind of stuff. I mean, of course, there's a lot of other ones too, you know, phishing scams, or like, I made this game, care to try it out? Like, I only know so far about these 3 kinds of scams. Yeah, scams, art scams, game scams. It's wild what they can think of about scams. It's crazy. Let's go. We're learning today, boys, girls, gentlemen, lad and lass, whatever. We're doing it. Jago, let's go, Jago. Level 47 Jago is already so good. God damn, let's go. Hope you're having a great day, night, and it makes sense. Thank you. The same goes to you too, Slasher. You know, jump there, okay. Yeah, that's fake. Oh, frame trap! Oh, yike! We guess break. Nice. They know. Frame trap! Frame trap! Oh god, so many frame traps, dude. Oh no. Yeah, there's so much frame traps that it's insane. Really strong Jago. Very strong situational awareness as well. Situational awareness number 1. Honestly, that shadow counter was very obvious. Shouldn't have done it. But hey, we learned. Came back after a few years of not playing, and hell yeah, I'm having a blast. Break. Good grab. Good grab. Need to jump in. Oh god. Oh, good bait. See, this is what I mean by the situational awareness. They baited with a heavy double because it's very reactable. Oh my god, they're getting their health back. Nice overhead. Oh, wind kick when I jump. Overhead. Oh, yikey beaky. Insane, Jago. Really strong, really strong. This combo breaker gives this game a completely different character. Yeah, it's pretty much what makes this game unique. And the counter breaker is even insane. Even more insane. Because like I mentioned, this game you can combo break at any point after an opener, right? Opener, and then pretty much opener special. A special into a button goes into a combo. So during a combo you can do auto doubles. Auto double into a special extend, and then auto double special extend until like the blow up meter like goes to the max, and then just either you get an ender or you blow up. And then that's a bad combo if you blow it up. And then at any point during the combo, you can choose to counter break, whereas you think that the opponent is gonna break your combo at that exact moment you press counter break, and then you can counter their combo break, and then they will be locked out for 3 seconds. They cannot do anything. Oh, sorry, 4 seconds. I keep seeing the KI as K1, which I know K1 is Kerosen. I don't know what the Kerosen is though. But yeah, I mean, we usually refer Killer Instinct to KI. KI. I kinda want to fight that Jago again. Uh-oh, this guy's might... yeah. Let's do the courtesy of muting everyone when we get into the match. It's only fair. We don't want to dox anyone, you know, privacy. Yoshi! Kerosene is like lamp oil, I think? It's flammable petroleum. Oh! Oh, lamp oil. Hisako? Damn, alright. I can spell it, promise. It's okay, I cannot spell too. What? Nice. Ooh. Ooh, yeah, this guy knows. Good call. Oh. Oh god. Nice. Oh, overhead. Oh, manual. Oh god. Oh god. Oh, nice. Oh, I got baited. Good shit. I'll take the kill, I'll take the kill. Good shit. That was a strong Hisako. They don't utilize counter, which is very surprising. To be fair, I'm not pressing too much buttons unless I'm rushing down. Which can be my weakness too. Thank you. Oh, low. Oh. Oh, there's a command grab. Initial jumping. Oh! Light, good call. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Light? Oh, it's a command grab. I cannot break that. Like that. Reset. Ooh. That's a combo starter. Hey! They got schmixed. They got schmixed. They actually got schmixed to death. Raptor, man. Raptor, you cannot let her get into it. You cannot let her get into you. You're gonna get schmixed. I mostly know kerosene as fuel for planes. Well, yeah, it's the same thing. It started as being used for lamps, but now it's planes. Oh. But isn't petroleum? You know what? Maybe I will not speak on this matter because I have zero clue. I just know there's petroleum for cars. That's you know, you go Shell, you go Petronas, you go Petron, and then there's like fuel that you can refuel your cars. Those are probably not kerosene. I don't even know at this point. I love how I can just browse Twitter when I wait. Okay, there. Yeah, let's mute them. I don't know what was that. Doo-doo. Petroleum makes a bunch of different things, from kerosene to gasoline to various plastics to motor oils. Ooh. Every burnable liquid gas has been used in lamp at some point. Probably. Like different versions of lamp? Question mark?
Watch out. You might get cut.
You might get cut. Doo-doo. Picasa? Another one. Uh-oh. To the corner you go. Oh. Oh, I got schmixed. Oh. Raptor throwing a tantrum. Well, before kerosene came around, a clean, distinct oil, most lamps were able to use every burnable liquid, but most of them were slightly viscous, which is why kerosene, something very liquid and able to be easily soaked into wicks, revolutionized lamp technology. Wow. So, lamp use kerosene. Most lamps were able to use every burnable liquid. Oh. Oh, so kerosene is kind of an... I mean, yeah, it should be some sort of oil. Yeah, oil. Yeah. To burn oil to generate flame. That's oil. Ah, kerosene is some sort of oil. But oil is so generalized because oil can be cooking oil, can be motor oil, can be whatever oil there is out there. So kerosene is more of a very specific, very specific kind of oil. Oil. Kerosene. Kerosene. Drink. No, don't drink oil, it's bad. Intrusive thoughts? Not even once. Master rank level 11. Ooh, Glacius. Ooh, okay. I want Neki. Neki Yoshi. Oh no. Not a chemical lab. This is gonna be better online. Specific oil and a specific petroleum product. Like you don't want to put gasoline and diesel into kerosene lamp. Oh god, how do you know that? Oh. Grab. Do you know about this? Oh, good call. Oh. I see, that's your game plan, okay. Do you know about this? They might learn, we'll see. They are gold rank, so this is the first two. The petroleum. Geek for rock oil. Is there another petroleum? It's petroleum. Ooh, nice. Nice. Ooh, they know, okay. Oh god, I thought I have armor for that. Maybe not frame run armor. Oh damn. The fake dash? Uh-oh. Oh, nice. Oh, good shit. I tried to rush in. I have instinct. I'm super fast. Yeah, Glacius is more bearable now. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Oh, medium? Nice. Oh. They go for like short bursts of damage, which is kind of weird. Nice, that was stupid. Nice. Oh, you just spamming that? Good call. That was obvious. I had to do it to him. That's a counter break. Good shit. Nice Glacius. Finally got my friend to play Lethal Company. Is there nothing but shovel hit them? There's shovel, there's stop signs, there's yield signs. As far as I know. Smashing. Such a hot pose. Riptor in January just hot. Riptor good. 久了. Too late, I'm playing Killer Instinct. But your Monday no play. Yeah, I'm not gonna stream this Monday as well. I'm gonna prepare for the trip. Yeah, you heard it here, folks. Monday no stream. Walao, like you want to? Don't bong me, leh. You dare say I know Joe? You know Joe, bo. You know Joe, bo. Every Monday. Hey, not late. Monday you always say want to play Counter Strike. Yeah, no, why you bullying me? Oh, I'm reading this. There's a Twitter post I want to read out. No CS Monday, fair.
Fight on.
Ayan. That's a new move, right? Don't jump. Another one. Facing. Sneaky. Don't jump. DP. This seems like the strat now for Fulgor. Ooh. That was a misinput. Ooh, nice backdash. That was wild. No break. This guy's patient. Nice. Good call. Nope, get down. Super ultra modern mecha robot versus dinosaur in the skirt. Dinosaur in the skirt. Oh yeah, they are silver rank, I think. For silver rank, that's really good. Netflix Ultraman looks good. I don't watch Ultraman though. Ultraman doesn't Ultraman has like some sort of a ow like you know the hand motion, so cool. I mean, like I guess like. How do I get that hand motion, huh? No, that's not it. That. I need more dragons. Oh, conventions are hard. They are loud, full of sensory overload, and swarm with people. Never feel like you're doing bad because you're finding yourself exhausted and needing recharge early. Everyone's different and handles things differently. Enjoy the con at your speed? Damn. That is a good read. Repost that shit. Oh, hello. Hey yo. Alright, mute opponent. I'm just gonna do dinosaur in the skirt now. Did someone say more dragons? Me! I said it! I've been browsing Twitter. I need more dragons. Oh, it's a Hisako. Let's go. Let's see if they learn how I play and the shmicks that I have. Nice. Nope. Oh, too much. Oh, nice. It's a heckin' command grab. Normal grab? Oh, shit. I'll get the kill. Oh! No, I tried to reset. Good shit. Nice. A lot of lights? Okay. They're afraid now. Na 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 na. Ow! Shit, I got greedy. Oh, it's guaranteed. Okay, I cannot jump away that one. It's a combo, it's a combo. Make sure. Make sure. Hello. Hello, Raiders. Howdy, hey. Zinfanda Radio? Hi. It's a first to two. Hello, hello. Welcome in, Raiders. Give me a second. I'll give you a shower real quick. While we're playing, though, welcome in. Hope you are doing good. Oh, thank you. Thank you, mod. Nice. Good. That's a punish and a half. Nah, 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 nah. Good break. So they always jump back now. Oh! Ooh, that's tough. Nice reset. Ooh! Oh my god, that is death. Good shit. Lethal Company? Nice! How was it? Oh. I react to that. I messed up. Oh, this is a cross and a half. Nice. Oh, I cannot break it. This is tough. Nope, we don't take that. Nice. I forgot to have Shadow Meter. Nope. Oh my god, this is so good! Good instant overhand. Remember seeing this game came out and I thought it was so cool. Ooh. So I haven't gotten the chance to play it as I'm awful at fighting games, but it's still so good to see in motion. It's okay. I would say that I was bad, but because I played this game for many years, so I can get to a little bit okay-ish, I think. Over it, low, over it. Ooh. Nice. You and your naturals is so good. I hear it. Oh, good low. Nice. That was a NTA and a half. Fuzzy guarding. Oh. Nope. Ah! I thought I can punish that. Nice medium. No breaks. Very brave. Ah, I didn't break. I didn't block. Ooh, spicy. Good shit. Nice.
I don't care what you're doing right now, Kobo, but you better leave for me for the next 2 minutes.
Yep. 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 Oh, yep. Yep. Ah, yep. Yep. Command yep. Yep. Oh, my instinct yep. Oh, I shouldn't. Yep. Yep. Oh. Yep. Yeah. Ah, yeah. Good shit. Yep. Amazing Hisako. Yep. they learn how Tylra plays. Yep. Oh, did I forget to introduce myself for the Raiders? Welcome in, Raiders. My name is Tylra. Yep. I'm a kobold. Yep. And I love fighting games. I play a bunch of games. I do art occasionally. Yep. Hope you are doing it. Sorry for not doing it, but I hope you had a great stream, Nintendo. Appreciate the raid again. I was kinda caught up in matches. Thanks again. Yep. Also high numbers. Yep. Yep. Yeah. Yeah. Yep, yep. You're getting shouted at, yep.
But why shout at a noodle? Because noodle is cute bean. Noodle, I guess noodle can be a cute bean, right? Now call you cute noodle. Cute noodle. The angry. Oh. Wait. Dragon Ball FighterZ is rollback now? They actually did it after years of announcing it, and suddenly they implemented rollback for Dragon Ball FighterZ. Yo, what? Okay, okay, fighting games are back. How goes the gaming? Gaming's pretty good. Enjoying a lot of Killer Instinct today. Hope you're doing well though. Ooh. Nice. Dude. Reset. I forgot about that. Reset. Any big yips for the kobold tonight? Just now there was a yip. Just now there was a big yip for 2.5 minutes. I'll take it. Also, I had a bunch of wins. Yeah, I had a bunch of wins. I played 10 matches, 7 wins, 3 loss. I think that's pretty good. I'm doing well, just got home from work and now it's the weekend. Nice, weekend, good. It is the weekend here as well. It's Saturday. Saturday, almost 2 PM here. I like weekends. Weekend, good. I can not think about me standing in front of the cashier. Sometimes I have to deal with Karens. Albeit I should be happy because Karens are rare, so it's fine. Although I am feeling a little bit sleepy though. And can I eat? Oh, it's a Hisako. Okay, let's go. Oh, Yoshi! The golden Hisako. Oh god. I thought I broke it. Jumping. Oh. Yike! Oh, I win. That's a fake one. Nice. Ow. Command grab. What? Hard knockdown. What was that? What was that? You pressed something? Uh-oh. No, they went through it? Uh-oh, I pressed button. Nice, that was obvious. I delayed it. I delayed it. EP bolt? But Killing Instinct is making me feel a little bit awake, and yeah. The Riptor versus Hisako matchup is good for Riptor since she can bypass a lot of Hisako ref counter. Yeah, I noticed this Hisako is not even doing a single counter against me. Maybe they know. Just gonna spam block. Spam. She's spam blocking. Hi Rex. No. Ow. Medium. I didn't react to it. Medium. Oh! Whoa! I want a refund. Yay! We break those. Good break. Ugh. Oh, I thought they're gonna grab! Oh, I thought that doesn't kill. I did the wrong ender. Woo. Fuzzy guard. Nice. I press one. Too many lights. I'm dead. Oh, hi, how are you doing? Nice, that's it. God! Command grab. Nice. I mean, why did I try to throw break? There we go. Ready for this? Nice, good shit. Yay! I still press it anyway. Ah, I'm dead. Nice, 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 nice. I was just thinking that as well. Normally they're all too quick to spam it. Yeah. I think that's like what Hisako does best, right? The counter. Counter is really good. It leads to a full combo too. Oh! Oh my god, nice medium. I thought you were gonna do it again. Meaty? No, 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 no. Oh, I jumped. Oh, it's a medium. Nice. Good call, good call. I should stop doing that when I have the shadow meter. I'm holding up. Oh! I'm holding up because they can reset with command grab, man. Oh, they gave him too much instinct. Afraid to break now? Oh! I got greedy, I got greedy. Reset? Yeah, I respect that. And the command grab. Alright, good shit, good shit. I made a bad decision by holding down back on Instinct Hisako. Yeah, Instinct Hisako can really reset your ass. That's crazy. Good shit. That's a really strong Hisako. I like it. I love how Hisako, this particular Hisako is like, I play against them a few times, and then they learn how I play, and then I just get destroyed. I'm not good at adapting. need to learn. I need to learn to adapt to other people's playstyle. In the meantime, I'm just gonna pull some dragons or snakes inside Dragon Simping Corner. Oh. Star Platinum? Okay. Yoshi. This is the best part about going for a long sets with someone you both will learn, grow and adapt to each other, even if you don't think it is happening. Right? It's a beauty. It's a beauty that is fighting game. I love it. It's a nice feeling. Star Platinum! Oh, dead. Hi, how you doing? That eye laser seems new for Fogor. Nice, meaty. Oh, God damn it. Ow, 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 ow. This guy's pretty solid, holy shit. What a grab. I did break it in time. No, stop. Stop Platinum, I'm getting bullied. Ooh. Do you know about this? You seem very solid. Schmick City. You don't get schmicked by a Riptor. That's what you get. Ooh, good grab. Nah, nah, nah. Ow. Ow. Uh-oh. Schmicks! Schmicks! I've played this guy before in the same style Platinum. They're pretty good. They are very good. They are very good. I'm surprised that they are not in gold rank. Probably they came back from they came back to this game after a while. I mean, like how I do. I used to be killer rank, well, shitty killer rank in Windows 10 version, and then I played the Steam. I'm playing the Steam version currently, so I have to go from qualifier and slowly climb my way back up to gold. 2 days ago. Now you're just killing everything. Oh no 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 no! I cannot be killing everything. I mean, I did lose a few. Oh no, I found a picture that's so me. Okay, give me a second. They posted to Discord and then let me show y'all. I found a picture that's me! Please be patient, I don't understand anything again. Oh, I think this sounds like the Hisako. Yeah, it is. Let me mute. Alright, Dudu going in. I love how the Hisako is going for gold, and then there's me playing with a lot of different kinds of Riptor going on. Oh my wakulu! I ducked. Nice. I can break that, right? Whoa! Oh, he only hit 2 times! I got robbed. Hard knockdown. Stop that shit. Get down. That's a punish? Wee? Oh, good call. Oh, fireball help! I messed up. Sweep! Oh, good call. That is beautiful. That is absolutely beautiful. I did the wrong ender. I'm stupid. Don't jump. You're jumping. You're jumping. Don't jump. Yeah, keep beat, press button. Nope. Nah, 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 nah. Nud? Ooh. I need to deal with the jump back. Hi, Foxy Foxy. Hello. That's a very shiny face, oh my god. I need to do the jump back. I'm like not doing my schmicks too much against this person because it seems that they know. Oh, it's light! Oh, nice. I cannot react to that. I'm holding up. That's a bad idea. Hi! Wrong button. Ow. Oh! Medium. Ah! Nice. Nice charge. I'm dead. The gold skins are kind of gaudy. It's hard to make them look good. Yeah. It's hard. Nope. I'm holding up. Woohoo! Oh, thank you, Mortar. Holy shit. Nope. Kill not. Kill not. Ow! Nice punish. I see a medium. If I see a medium, I'm breaking it. Nah, 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 nah. I saw you press button there, buddy. Nice. Yeet. Uh-oh. Oh, I would refund. Medium. I'm telling you, I'm breaking mediums. Woohoo! Oh, that's a cross and a half. I'm dead. Command grab. Oh, I'm dead. That was a heavy, right? I think. I never realized how scary Hisako's grab is. It's not just the command grab, the normal grab is kind of scary. Like, to be fair, it doesn't do a lot of damage for the grab, right? But it instills the fear. You get grabbed, you could be grabbed again. What if I get double grabbed? What if I get triple grabbed? What grab? I don't know. How comfortable are you in the mirror matchup? No idea. I haven't seen any Riptor online. I main Raptor as well, so it is fun to see. It is fun seeing other Riptor players play her. Nice. It's nice to see another Riptor main. I've seen. No, actually, I haven't seen a Raptor. Or maybe no. I've seen 0 Riptors. How goes the queen of monsters? Going well. Learning matches against a Hisako. It's fun. But the mirror matchup, I don't know about mirror against Riptor since I've been playing ranked and I haven't seen someone or anyone plays Riptor, honestly. There's only four of us playing, let's go. Doo-doo! Doo-doo! Riptor doo-doo! Doo-doo! Doo-doo, doo-doo, doo-doo. Bite him, chomp him, let's go. Woohoo! Ah, nice late. No reset. Yeet. I jumped. Reset. Ugh. Oh, I thought that's a punish and a half. One too many. Ooh, good call. Aye, it's a cross up and a half. Ooh, oh my god, that is the scariest move ever. Stop. That's a jump and a half. I did the wrong move. Good. Good. Another one. Nice patient. Ah! Oh, they messed up. Unreal Sun. Good call, good call. You know what? Good call. I did that way too many times. Alright, I'm still alive, baby. You gonna jump? I thought you were gonna jump. Good call. I thought they're gonna jump. Alright, good shit, good shit. They are learning so much what I do, it's crazy. And I'm not learning how they play. Oh no. Yeek! Oh, yep, see? Uh-oh. Light? Woohoo! Yank! I misinput! I didn't mean to do tail flip on the air like that! Misinput, misinput! I'm holding up. I'm holding up. I'm holding up. I'm holding up against an instinct Hisako at this point. Woohoo! Oh, nice. I thought I broke it. They were struggling a little bit. Oh, I can anti-air that, I think. Ah. Good call. They were ready. Oh, nice low. Wait, I thought I blocked it. Roll back. Oh, okay. 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 Tough. Tough. Very tough. Very tough. Very tough. Alright, 1-1, 1-1. Tight. Very tight. Tight. Yeah, I need to stop jumping on round start. Woo! Oh! Oh, he dashed in? I jumped. Pressuring me with hard knockdown like that? Oh, they got robbed. Good grab. Good shit. Oh god, where am I? Yeah. Ooh, help! Oh, they know that's on low. I held down back against Instinct Hisako, I deserve this. Woo. Damn, that's a full combo. Nice. Don't jump. Ah, I'm dead. I tried to shadow counter it. Chomp her ass off, do it. I tried. I tried. Hey, Jade. I tried. I got destroyed. I got destroyed. It's the part I fear against good Hisako players, the instinct pop into guaranteed rave counter. That is amazing though. I think yeah, it's 40%. Yeah. I think the thing is what happened that I'm surprised that the Hisako knows that down medium kick for Riptor is not a low. So yeah. I know Hisako has like a mid-high counter and also a low counter, right? So the fact that she does the right counter surprises me. Oh, maybe I shouldn't be surprised. No, this game has been out for like, I don't know, it doesn't matter. Oh, fuck! Then I actually didn't know. In instincts, it covers all. Okay, that makes a lot of sense. I'll yip you. I'll yip you too. Wait. Yeah, I'll yip Shredder too. Yes. Get yip that. So in instinct covers all. It's basically a guaranteed counter if they see you press a button. Oh, I was just looking at dragons. Thunder? Thunder is kinda rare. And purple looks good, but Yoshi though? Blue? Ooh, blue, nice. Uh-oh, this guy means business. Uh-oh. You know it's player that means business when they chose Devil Landing. You know. Alright, here we go. This is a hard match. Let's do it. You just command grab on I'm sorry, you asshole. Uh-oh. Help! Super Fever! Wait! Reset. Good. Help! Roar! We break those. Oh, fuzzy guarding? Damn, that was tight. We break those. Good old Devil's Landing, the Street Fighter equivalent of trading stage. At least the music here is great, right? Hell yeah. Oh yeah, they're like silver. This thunder round start command grab, no way. That instills fear in my brain. I will never stay on ground anymore. Bitches walk towards a Riptor, wanting to command grab. It's like, come here, bitch. That's the scariest thing a thunder could do. I just kind of wish that there's like some sort of a warm-up stage. When I'm waiting for a player to play against. So I'm just browsing Twitter. Oh. Let's go. Alright, I'm going in naked. Ooh, golden. I need the edge, the shiny, the golden. I need to punish it properly. Good grab. Medium, light, I'm dead. Yikey beaky. I'm in Reset City. Neutral jump. Oh god! Command grab. Get down! No, we punish those. We punish those. I'm dead! Good pop, good pop. Good grab. Oh my god, I got reset! I'm holding up. For good reason. I'm holding up. Really, just don't jump on round start, please. Need to don't jump. Okay. Another one. Oh my god, that's so scary. Get down! Woohoo! Ah. That's it. Almost. No! I messed up my input. Good shit. I messed up my NTA. We need a steam attack? No, Riptor doesn't need that. I'm dead. Reset? Jump. Oh, I'm dead. It's okay. Don't panic. There's no need. We punish those. Woo-hoo. Nope. Hit. Too far, right? What? Oh my god, range. Uh-oh. I pre-jumped. I'm dead. Stop that shit, stop that shit. No, I didn't learn my lesson, I'm sorry. Ow! Good grab. Ooh, nice. Yep, fair. I should have realized. Kill not, kill not. Kill not! Holding up. Unfortunate. For her. Ow! Ow. Oh my god, it's a cross and a half. That's death. Oh, it's level 1. Get down! Good shit. I cannot react to teleport. Oh fuck. That's the scariest he's however. You don't use fireballs nearly as much as I do in this matchup. Fireballs... I'm not too sure when to use them because a lot of times I'm trying to catch her jumping back. I cannot catch her jumping back with the fireball, but I think I can catch her jumping with fireball. Maybe I should use it a little bit more. You're right, you're right. If I face against that Hisako again, I'll definitely keep that in mind. Oh, you know what? I need the edge. The edge. Ooh. Do I scare her? Nah, they're silver, don't need. I want to listen to Chinatown. Chinatown Brawl. Chinatown is like, I'm Chinese. Hey, skip my intro, you die. Hello, you skip my intro? Huh? You haven't died before, is it, huh? Hello, you skip my intro? You dare skip my intro? Welcome to Smig City. Don't jump. Good grab. Don't! Throw one. That's a heavy. Oh, I didn't break it. Ow. Don't. Don't. Do they actually know about the grab? I don't think they do. Yeah, delay. Welcome to Schmick City. Oh wow, they were holding down back. Heal. Kill.
Supreme victory!
Maybe I should do more what do you call that, hard knockdown ender? The tail flip ender, essentially. So that I can put out flame carpet and also one single fireball safely. And I think with hard knockdown setup, they have to respect my fire carpet. And if I put out flame carpet and I put out one single fireball, they cannot jump away from the carpet, so they have to respect it. Ooh, you know what? I think that might be it. I should use more hard knockdown. Hard knockdown. Does it have to be a hard knockdown? Is it? But it's gonna be dangerous though, because for those who knows about you can jump away flame carpet, or like some moves to disrespect the flame carpet, they will do it. And then if you, I mean, I don't know lah, but to me I'll always put down flame carpet when I get a throw, which is not real by the way. They could always hit me out of it, although they'll still get hit lah. But of course they can do like DP, some shadow moves to disrespect the flame carpet. So I think hard knockdown into flame carpet and fireball might be a little bit safer. I think. Oh. Eagle. You know, new account plus Eagle is definitely new. You get to witness Tutu. Tutu Riptu. Ingo Burp. I'm sorry, that's not Burp, it's just the name of the character. But the character does have an ego. Burp. Ego. Food. Huh? Are they AFK? No? Okay. That's not real dino. What do you mean that's not a real dino? That's as authentic as it gets. It's a rip and tear. Rip and tear until it is done. Wink wonk. Wag buwi sa tang! Wag buwi sa tang! Wow, yeah, wow. I don't even know what he's saying. Look, 我华人好吗？我听不懂哦。他讲什么拉丁语吗？我表诶，your connection is like Ghana side 哦，我老。Respect the carpet. Do they not break combos? Do they not break combos? Oh no, they're actually new. Sorry, man. This is ranked match. You're gonna get a taste firsthand how this game works. Respect the flame carpet. Respect the flame carpet. Grab. Actual new player. I'm sorry you're playing ranked. I'm sorry. But, you know, it happens. They said they're bronze though. Why did they got pair against me? Although there's not a searching parameter for this game, right? I guess that's why. There's no searching parameter. It's a real dino. Riptor is clever girl. I'm gonna following Tim and Bash. Oh god, I've been reading their comics. I'm browsing Twitter, by the way. Look, there's nothing I can do other than just waiting for this. I'm browsing Twitter, looking at dragons. Very important stuff. Ooh, let's go Tapas. Tapas, good website. It is more of a mental stacking thing, I find. If you knock them down, then Son of the Flame, you know they're going to jump, so you can punish that jump with an aerial heavy kick. Ooh! Let's go. Alright, I'm going into 2. Unless you suspect they're going to wake up with some invulnerable DP. Yeah, it's like the mental game. Forgotten Grotto? Okay. Oh, fuck. Let's do it. 5-star. Meow. Another meow. Hey, skip my intro, you bitch. Oh. Plus. Good break. Ow. Drop kick. Oh my god, this guy. I messed up. Delayed too much. Drop kick. Are you serious? I win. That's not real. They respected it. There's no way. How is this 5-star? Isn't a star... You get a star by being on the top 3 of killer rank, no? Or top 32, I think. Show me your power, come on. Show me your power. I want to get destroyed. Destroy me! Destroy me! I don't trust you! Ugh. There's no way this guy's a star player. There's no way. There's just no way. There's just no way someone like this is a star player. Like how? 5 star? Like, there's no way. Be sure to kill him before the rage quit. I prefer not to. I don't know if they're gonna rage quit, but I usually just give them time to think about what they're doing. They can rage quit all they want. I still win. I prefer to respect them. You know, if they don't move, I don't move. That's just kind of my mindset, I guess. I check. But why give up? Don't give up. It's a fighting game. Don't give up. No, the Steam account with stars should not have them. It's the second time I met with someone with stars, I believe. The first time is the second star. That person was pretty strong. And then this is the second time I met someone with 5 stars. Right. Like, this is the second time with star, and it's 5 stars. I assume I'm gonna get destroyed, but no. They don't even respect the flame carpet. No way! Aww. Alright, I'm watching Tim and Bash. Oh, there's so many episodes? Let's go. I don't think I can watch it on stream, right? They will be stealing content? Question mark? No, I'm not watching it on stream. I'm watching it on my phone. There's someone. Young Kujo! I need the edge. TJ combo? Ooh, that's rare. It's kinda sad how I don't see any Richter. You know, Jack, why? I'm okay, fine, I guess. Alright, let's do it. Maybe you are like a very all-rounder player, unlike me, only play Richter. Hoot! 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 You're good blocks. Amazing blocks even. Another one. DP? DP? No DP? Heavy? Let's go. Schmix? Schmixu! Another one! Schmixu! Grab. Huh. Ow! Don't jump. Hello, miss input. Hello, my input's getting eaten. Nice break. Fireball. Hit. Good block. 5 plus. Sorry, what's the stage ultra? I'm sorry, I didn't mean to do the 2. No, I feel like a dickhead. I'm so sorry. That's not my intention. Is the stage ultra back forward kicks? Oh, I'm so sorry. I feel like a dick. Oh god. I encountered quite a few of Steam accounts with them, and I roll with them with stuff that should not work. So it makes me wonder if there was a bug with or can save data be altered and fake star scaling. Oh damn, I mean it's Steam, I'm not surprised I guess. Also you need to be in the right location. I thought I was in like quite middle of the stage. Guess I'm not middle enough. Yeah. For camera stage ultra, you need to be the center of the stage center of the circle on the floor. Oh, that's the indication. Okay, thank you. I actually didn't know that. Also, I'm watching the comic Tim and Bash. It's a great comic if you like dragons, like I do. Add me, Gracious Colt 671. Huh? Why? I don't know you. Playing from 3-1. What's a 313? Huh? This is Steam version. I don't think that's a Steam name. No.
More you. I guess I'll do more yip, huh? I'll play you? It's okay, I'm good. Dragons, you say? Yeah, I kinda like them. A bit. Yep. Dragons are neat. Oh. Oh man, yip. Oh, yip. I like do yip. Do yip. Do yip. Oh man. Really? I could. Oh my god! What the fucking? Oh! We have an insane omen. Medium. Here react. Okay, so I guess you're just really good at smashing people. Stop jumping. Yeah, I guess they're just really good at hitting people. Sorry, I forgot to mute you. Sorry, I forgot to mute you. That's a bit of a breach of privacy, I'm sorry. Omen RNG character? Yeah.
I didn't yip it as much, I hope you don't mind. They were panicking a little bit towards the end. They have a good offense, but no defense. To be fair, it's a really good strat against like people who started playing this game not too long ago. It's a really good strat. That person can go far until they met a person who knows how to block. Unacceptable. Need one more yip. Okay, yip. Yip. No. Yip for the sneak. I will yip for sneak. That sounds like a game. Like Need for Speed, but yip for snake. A yip for sneak. Oh my god, the comic has a GIF form? That's amazing. Oh, I'm watching dragons. Alright, I want Yoshi. Yoshi! Ooh, hey, first idol. After 2 days of playing. Actual first idol. What does idol do again? Mage and warrior, right? Abagi! Abagi! I didn't break. Uh-oh. Whoa! Oh, shit! Fuck. Good jump. The rollback's a little bit crazy. Medium. Nice patience. Haha! I knew you know about that. Dude, the rollback, holy shit. Unfortunate. Ow! Dude, the rollback, holy shit. Warlock is range, keep away, warrior is rush down, instinct is pain. Yeah, instinct sounds like pain, alright. This is also another one of those cases of no block, all the way attack. It seems like a common occurrence for fighting games, to be honest. I mean, who likes to block? Blocking is not fun, fuck no. I want to press buttons and let my character do shit. Huh? Blocking is unfun. I get that. I was there. Hey, look, it's a... You know what? Let's play a little bit of Kim Woo. Let's play a little bit of my shitty Kim Woo. My Kim Wow. I don't even know how to play Kim Wow. I just know I like dragons. It can't be just by just defending. Yeah, so that's why you're gonna have like a good balance between defending and also when to attack. Kim well. Kim well. Egal. The best stage in the game, in my very opinion. Honestly, take it with a bit of grain of salt. But then again, all the stages are amazing, so it's hard to say. I got a freaking dragon! A dragon! Wag po satang! Wag po satang! I don't even know what he's saying. What? I got sniped? How you doing? How you doing? Oh, yeet! Medium. Ow! Heavy, light, bang, damage. Ow! Bang, there we go. Yeet! Kick! Cross up! Oh, I messed up. Oh, sorry. There we go. I feel terrible, but at the same time, hey, look, my keyboard has levels, okay? My keyboard has levels, okay? Level 23, look at that! 23. Not bad. I remember when they first released Eagle, and by charging his basic arrow shot, there was about a 70% chance the game would just crash for both players. What the fuck? I wasn't there, I actually didn't know. Oh my god. I think when I played during middle school, the newest character was General Ram. General Ram. I have to say though, General Ram is really cool. Maybe I should play General Ram a little bit. Especially the Ultra for General Ram. The rhythm is like so good. General Bad Touch. You let General Touch you let General Bad touch you. I don't know. That's the thing. When General Ram touches you, your health bar start to go white. I wonder what that means. Oh no, an Ender is coming. What the fuck? That's 95% of my health. You know what? Speaking of, that's right. I don't even know how to play Ram, but if I lose, I deserve this. Wait, I have more color? I played General Ram before? Oh, my General Ram is level 14! Dude, I'm the best. Okay, I'll shut up. Marco always start. Oh, wait, sorry, wrong.
You might get cut.
Watch out. Serve the queen. Ready to get knifed? Knife! Ow! No, stop. Weak. Good. Weak. 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 Juk. That's punishable. Step. Yeah. Chill. Huh. Step. Step. Oh. Step. Help. Step. Huh. Grab. I'm a hunt. Oh yeah, I remember that. Stab! Huh. Stab! I'm sorry, the stab is so satisfying. Hey, win a ranked match as General Ram. How the fuck did I not play General Ram online before? What's the command grab for Ram? I forgot. I know on the ground you can either do medium to continue stomping on them, or you can do a light to do a flip out and then fucking grab the shit out of them. Ooh, I will play a little bit of General Ram. I like the stab. 214 下校. Oh, close go back. Okay. Oh no, that's close go. No, forward. Close go forward is. Oh wait, 4 back. Yeah, I'm sorry. I swear I know how number pad works. That's back, not 4. Yeah. Yeah. It's fine. Oh my god, this Sisako is already killering. This Sisako got to killering. Let's go. Dude, congrats on killer though. Hell yeah. Well deserved. Yeah. Yay! Nice. Oh, it's only one hit. I cannot break that. Nope. Whew. That's a very punishable move. They seem to always disrespect my carpet, right? Nope. Oh, I didn't Normal grab. I'm holding up. I'm holding up. Ah, I got. The forward dash is so fast. Yeah, I should expect that, to be honest. Oh, that's a cool camera. I forgot about that. One too many jabs. Medium, nice. Oh, that's a combo. That's a combo. Double, triple. I shouldn't have jumped. Yeah, good call. Woo! Woo! Still very scary. Still very scary. Ah, hi, virgins. Hello, welcome in. A very strong Hisako. I will try to play it slow. I mean, I've been playing kind of slow against this Hisako, but I'm not too sure how to open her out. Oh, I ducked. Oh, nice. Ooh, nice. Ow. Ooh, I got greedy. Good call. Oh, I got greedy. I am so greedy. Oh god, here comes. I told you about the chain grab. There it is. The chain grab. Oh. Oh, good thing you had rough. Not that punishable, huh? I take it. Hey, chill, 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 chill. I'm guessing right every time. Oh, I'm holding up. I'm still holding up. You asshole! You know what? That's good. To be fair, I've been holding up. Whenever she says instinct, I just hold up all the time. So I guess they call onto that. Boop beans, nah bean, nah. I can give beans. Bean. Right, bean. I'm being good. I like beans too. Mission boop everything. We're gonna get him with all the boop. Oh, this is such a nice comic though. I'm watching comic when I'm waiting for people to play against. I'm watching Tim and Bash. imagining "Getcha, bitch" voice, but it's just getcha, and then the boop, getcha, boop, boop, like, boop. No one's playing. Oh. Oh. That's not a boop. Mm. 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 Thanks. I like petting boops. Pet my whole head. That's a really nice comic. No, is there no one playing? I mean, the Hisako probably stopped playing, I guess. I want more. This is what I get, you know. This is what I get. Okay, look. Okay, look. All right, look. Look. Okay. Listen. I will always. I will always complain about me living in Malaysia because there's no one in Malaysia. Well, not no one, but a very less population in Malaysia plays fighting game, because every time I ask, like, everyone around me, at least, like my friends, my mid-school friends, I ask them, hey, what game you play, and then they're like, I play Dota, I play Overwatch. It's like, okay, yeah, fair, that's game, yeah, that's the game you play. Okay, yeah, sure. And then I was like, oh, have you heard of Tekken or Killer Instinct or some games like that? It's like, apa ni bang? And then, okay, yeah, okay. I get it. You don't play fighting games. I get it. You don't have to say apa ni bang to me like that, alright? It's fine. I thought I was gonna pass on because I was laughing. Get you, bitch! You can't sweat in Killer Instinct. Oh, you totally can. I'm sweating, in fact. It's intense. What do you mean you cannot sweat in Killer Instinct? It's fun as fuck though. Is there really no one else playing? No. I want to stabby stab. Oh, whoa, look! The exclamation mark's the top killer. Look at that. I've been playing for top killer. Whoa, I'm proud. And they should be proud too. Oh my god. I've been playing with top killer. Yo, let's go. That's great. That made me feel real happy. What's Shadow Lord again? Oh, I remember what Shadow Lord is. This shit sucks. Never play Shadow Lord. Combo Breaker Training Trials. One win, let's go. Who won? And taking the other round is pretty good. I'll take it. I'll take it. PJ. How I win now? What are you fighting against? Oh, Oh, my Shadow Kimu is fucking cracked. I don't even understand why. Oh, they have no health. They have no health. Oh, I have armor too. Poison bite. Ooh, look at that! Fucking counter. Oh, let's dance. I mean, they had no health, but I'll take it.
You can't run from fate. But you should have tried.
My Kimu is cracked. Shadow Lords is what happens when you try to mix a roguelike game with a fighting game. Oh, you're right. You're totally right. Cuddles your tail. I mean, you cannot really see it, but you can kind of see it, I guess. How can I show my tail? A little bit. I'm trying to... Tail! Tail! I just think... More? I just think the shadow aspect of the game is very interesting. A win rate of 45%, it says. Let's try again. Tail must bite. Oh, no, you cannot just bite my tail. You cannot just do that. It's my tail. Yeah. I mean, you cannot really see the tail. Can I show my tail? Is it possible? Maybe not. Yeah, I mean, I could just rotate the camera, but I don't want to. Shadows are really cool since they take your exact fight data and mold the shadow into a very accurate copy of how you fight. Yes! I love it! It's amazing! It's something that Tekken 8 has as well. During the last CBT, wink wonk, a close beta test, right? Close beta test, not the CBT to think of. Anyway, the latest Tekken 8 CBT, I got to test out a little bit of the shadow, the shadow fight in Tekken 8, which is also very accurate to what this is. Oh, I can stab. Let's go. General Ram. Stab. The only thing I'll buy are tapioca balls in boba tea. Oh, I'll buy more than that. I'll buy ankles. Watch out, your ankles might get bitten by me. I'm a kobold. Be prepared. I'll bite your ankles. Your ankle will be mine. Ankles. Your ankles. Prepare. Serve the Quan! Hey! Skip my intro, you fuck. That's breakable, by the way. Shield back, shield back, shield back. Step, step. Jump, huh. Step, 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 Stip, 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 stip. Stip, 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 stip. Stip. Draw. Stip, stip, stip. 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 I'm sorry, I like it a lot. Just a stab. Stab. I didn't clown on them, I was stabbing them. It's just like that Chico is now uninstalling the game. Oh my god, I'm so sorry, but I like stabbing, okay? Hey, I didn't disrespect them, I didn't teabag and taunt. Oh no. Huh. Okay. Hey, look, they have Twitch on their name. Maybe they're pro, you never know. Stabby stabby. I like the stab. Stab is stab is not good. I do not condone any stabbing. Stab is only good in virtual, okay? Not in real life. Do not ban me, Twitch, you fuck. It's not real. Stib! Stip! Stip, 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 stip. Stip, 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 stip. Stip, 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 stip. Stip, 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 stip. Grab. Quick up! Stip, 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 stip. 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 Ooh, feign? Oh god, I pressed it too quick. Stip, 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 stip. Stip, 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 stip. Stip, 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 stip. Rush. Going in. Stip, stip. Stip, stip. Help. That's an opener. Going in! Stip! Ow, that's a punish. Woohoo! Stip, 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 stip. Dot, 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 dot. I like stabbing. I'm sorry, that feels so satisfying. I don't think you stabbed enough. True. Speaking as General Ram, true. Need more stabs. And just like that Jago is now uninstalling the game part 2. Hey, that guy's a Twitch on them, alright? I don't know. Hey, I hope you don't mind getting stabbed again. I fear Orchid has a gravity bug back because she does. Oh no, wait, what? Did they not fix that? Stip, 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 stip. Stip, 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 stip. Oh. Stip, stip, stip. Stip, 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 stip. Stip. Wake up. call. Oh, medium, 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 medium. Snip. Snip, 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 snip. Oh, I messed up the timing. Whee! Snip! Look! Juk, 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 juk. Wake up! That was rough. That was really rough. I feel. Look, I feel kind of bad, to be honest. I feel kind of bad. That is actually brutal. That is actually brutal. She has a bug where she can make the opponent launch higher and fall slower because she can somehow fuck with the gravity, and it gives her a lot of time to do more damaging jungle combos. I found it falling with Shadow Ishni Sun and Ishni Sun Ender. Hisako? Aren't you saying Orchid has it? Yeah, Orchid. Oh, you mean Orchid falls slower? I'm sorry. Look, I'm playing the game. I'm playing Stab. It looks very disrespectful, and I get it, right? They have every right to be mad at me. I feel bad, but this is ranked. I will still give it my all, and that is that. Nice. That's good because they're actually learning the game. Oh shit. I'm going in. I'm going in! Yeah, they punished it. That's the. Orchid has it. Take one broken bug away, bring back another. Make Orchid's opponent fall slower. Oh no, wait, what? Oh no, real? That buff to crew charge is pretty nice. I actually didn't know about crew charge at all. But I think it used to only have one armor question mark, and now it has multiple? So people have to jump it. Like, it... I guess multiple armor, and the only way to do that is to jump it and punish. It's very fucking punishable. Alright, guess we're playing each other now. I'm not playing Rip though, it'll be so unfair to them. It's kinda sad though that they are a qualifier and then they are fighting against a gold rank. But this person is definitely learning how I play and learning which button is punishable. They are using fight sticks, so I guess they're like fighting game player. Serve the Quan! I messed up. I messed up again. I messed up again. Going in! Going in! Help. They changed it when it hits. It hits frame 1 when it contact them, where it was frame 5 or something like that before. Oh, so it's like it connects way earlier now. Hmm. Doesn't look significant, but it sure feels great. I didn't really play General Ramis much, so I cannot I can't really attest how good that buff is. So I have no idea. my art. Oh, to those who don't know, I'm watching a comic. I'm watching Tim and Bash. Yeah, I'm watching comic while waiting for someone to play. It isn't going to break him or anything like that, but it's just a very nice quality of life buffer. Just felt very clunky before that change. Oh, I mean, yeah, to be fair, if it doesn't hit frame 1 when General Ram touches them, it definitely feels clunky, yeah. Alright, I'm muted. I'm gonna play General Ram for a little bit, I guess. Hope they don't mind. Here comes a lot of steppy stabs. Mila. Mira is cool. I like Mira as a character. Have you confessed your sins? I don't know what this contraption is, but
Have you confessed your sins?
Cobalt has no sin, thank you very much. Actually, Cobalt is full of sins, whatever. Hi, how you doing? Seek! Oh god. We have a wild Mira. Sight. What did... Oh, they know, okay. Do they know? Nah, we don't take that. That Ender is insane. Do you see how much damage that was? One of that Ender, and then the health just delete. Deletus. Health first deletus. Oh my god. If I do colossal forward leg Ender, man, the potential health just like building up, like and then it's like, death. Very death. God, the comic's so adorable though. Oh, also for the match just now when I was playing General Ram, I realized the standing light kick is a low? Question mark? Is standing light kick low? Because that immediately caught them off guard. I think it might be. Do Shadow Storm and while Crew Storm is active, you pre it alone. Oh, pretty much those alone will do 50% with a full combo. You can damage by the time someone if they gas break wrong too many times. I mean, pretty much just like touch of death them, right? Crew Storm is instinct, and then leg ender. Also go forward leg ender. and then the potential damage just like builds up insane. And not to mention, I believe the potential damage will keep building up even when I'm doing combos. So that makes, even when I'm doing Ender, that makes Chrono Circle back, that makes the command throw Ender so much more scarier. Oh god, this fucking Shadow Jago. No, if it's Shadow Jago, I'm playing Riptor. Shadow Jago needs to get out of this game. Shadow Jago is way more worse than Glacius. Ooh. Right. Nice, they actually know that. Nice punish. Okay, you like breaking heavy now? Okay, I get it. I'm still doing it. Must kill Shadow Jago. Shadow Jago is what makes the game unfun. Doo-doo. Gonna like the doo-doo. Rip the hash doo-doo. I mean, I would do triple ultra against a Shadow Jago. Maybe the next one I see. I just really hate Shadow Jago because for the past few years, on like when I streamed the game about last year, I believe, there were so much Glacius and Shadow Jago. It just makes me doesn't want to play the game anymore. Like Glacius is worse, but Shadow Jago is the worst of all. It's insane. Shadow Jago, did someone say they like four-way gas mix-ups? Did someone say that I can do fucking all the fireballs possible? Air fireball, low fireball? Oh, you try to avoid fireball by jumping? Oh, sorry, there's another fireball coming your way. You guess you have to eat that now. You have to guess the Oki on full screen. Yeah. and then as a Riptor myself, whenever I try to like do Predator stance to avoid Shadow Jago's fireball, I was like, oh wait, Predator stance? Hey, let me just slide your weight real quick. Oh my god, free? It sucks. Shadow Jago, it just makes the game not fun. And I think Riptor has some sort of a four-way gas mix-up? No? Tail flip overhead low. Okay, 2 tail flips, either a cross or an overhead. Either a cross overhead or like an overhead. Or after flip out, you could do low. That's like 3-way. I guess 3-way because there's no like a cross low. Yeah, there's no cross up low. Unless you jump over, I guess. Oh, Yaki Biki, alright. Doo-doo. Charlie Pumper. True, tail flip is reactable. This one... Ow! Ooh, okay, fair. Nice. Uh-oh, here comes the pain! There's no way to block this! There's no way to block that, it's overhead and low at the same time! Where's my instinct? Uh-oh. Help! Wah! Wah! Da 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 da. I'm staying on the ground, staying on the ground, staying on the ground. Mommy! Stop that shit! Oh my god. Do they get all the shadow meter possible when they're in instinct mode? There is no way to block that. It's a low and a mid. It's a low and the overhead at the same time. How the fuck am I supposed to block that? Nice. Oh, oh. Nice. Oh! Reset? Nah, 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 nah. Oh, I'm dead. Whew. There it is. That's a 14-star power that I'm looking for. Nice heavy. Oh, that's so scary. Nah, 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 nah. Woohoo! Oh, I'm dead! I'm dead! I'm dead! I'm dead! I'm dead! Block low, you're blocking the ground lightning. Oh, so block low is... okay. If I block stun while the meteors are hitting you, it doesn't matter if they're over. I didn't know that. Okay, thank you. That helps so much. Let's do it. There's a chance now. Ooh. What? Ayaki! Nice jump. Woo, woo, woo. Yeah, obvious. Overhead, nice. On that! Oh my god, it looks like a medium. Shit, okay, I need to recognize the animation. Help! Oh no, I think there was an overhead mixed in. Yeah, that one, I saw it! Oh my god, that's insane. Good shit. Now this is true 14 star, let's go. Deserved. I played this guy many times, so I know the crap you have to deal with. Oh, you know this person. Cool, nice. Yeah, deserved. Well deserved. This is 14 star power. Destroyed me. Fuck yeah. This is what I'm looking for. Hell yeah. I guess they know that I figured out to block low, and then they mixed an overhead. I saw it the second time, but I didn't react to it. That was good, that was good. We are blinded by all bullshit going on screen. They would toss a mix-up somewhere, which is, hey, which is what Idol does best, you know? It's a strength on Idol. Utilizing strengths. I can respect that a lot. I just feel it's kind of funny when, you know, the air juggles. The first time I'm seeing that, to be honest. If there is something I hate, it is Idol's instinct. Idol's instinct is a pain to deal with. Yeah. But then again, you know, as if the schmicks from Idol is not strong enough. But then some of them is reactable, just very fast for me. Like, I can kind of react to the meteor, because the meteor is like very slow. You know, like, Idol just do like, huh, Statue of Liberty, I'm not from USA, huh. And then like 10 years, the meteor will fall down. Yeah, I can react to that. No. No one playing? No one's playing anymore, oh god. Hi, Cloudy. Look at the heart. I can swing it too. Imagine there's a heart on my hand. I can swing it too. Hope you're doing good. Welcome in. Oh! Hey, I can stab again. Let's go. General Rom. I don't know how to deal with Fulgor's eye laser. Punish? Oh, they know. Jab, jab, grab. Guess they know the punish. Oh my god, you're grabbing so much. Yeah. Yeah. What? You can DP so fast? Yeah. Nice, they know. Come here. Oh my god, I can't even see shit. I got killed by grabs and grabs only. Okay, you're dead. Sorry. You got robbed. You get robbed. You can always block low against Idol in Warlock stance. You don't want him to catching you with the lightning. You don't want him to get any warrior pips. You can react to the teleport cross up or any BS. Yeah, I can hardly react to the teleport cross up to be honest, but I'll try. You learn. I learn. We learn. Nah, you got robbed hard. That is true daylight robbery. Get robbed. Oh wait, this is the good Fulgor. You know what? I can try. This is the good Fulgor. I remember this name. I want to try if my charge can actually deal with lasers. Nice. That's a lot of damage. can grab? Maybe I'm turtling too much. They know. There has to be a way to stop that, right? The rollback. Uh-oh. Oh, nice. Sorry, that was my instinct pop. Ooh, overhead. Nice. Yeah, this is a good forward. That's a good forward. Now we just need to figure out the two laser eye on the floor. How do I deal with that? Because it seems to push me back at a very perfect space. That one confuses me still. I remember I was struggling against a Fulgor that 2 days ago that does 2 lasers, partly charged Blade Rush, and just keep doing the same thing. And me as a Riptor don't know how to deal with that. Apparently it's the same thing as Rum. I guess I don't know how to deal with that for now. Someday I'll find an answer to it. I'll find it. Get ready, world. Actually, let me check what time is there. 4 p.m. 4 p.m. My brain is getting jumbled a little bit for playing Killer Instinct for too long, I think. It is a very thought-intensive game, I would say. Brain-intensive. Maybe
Hey man, that's the only way to learn. I'm not complaining.
Uh-oh.
This game's very established.
Hey, that guy is streaming too, let's go. I forgot to... Okay, I muted it. Alright, let's not breach privacy, alright? But it sounds like they're new. The pet whale. Serve the Queen! See, I don't know what to do against that. I'm a really bad I'm a really bad Rum. Oh, I'm so bad. I don't know what to deal with. I don't know what to deal with that with. Where's my extender? Excuse me? Nah. Oh shit, that's a jump. Yo! Oh, I'm dead. They didn't end the combo though. Good shit. Yeah, I can never beat the bird. Somehow when General I'm getting rushed down, I don't know what to do. There's probably tools for it, but I just don't know what. Oh, here's a better question. Is there a wake up option for... Is it like an invulnerable wake up for Rum? I think that would be a better question. Unlike most fighting games, you're always playing even while you are stuck in the middle of combo. Yeah! You always have to be watching for the break counter breaker. That's why it's very brain intensive, I would say. Wait, do dragon hate gnomes? Is that like canon? I'm watching in between my matches. I always wanted to play this game. I'm glad I can now. Yeah, the game is free now. Albeit it's a little bit, you know, a weekly rotation. Oh, yo, Rum on Rum. Run on Rum action, let's go. Yeah, the game is free now. I'm glad to. Even on Steam version. Like the Windows 10 version has always been free, but it's like a weekly rotation, always has been. Rum. Never the PC or Xbox before. Oh, that makes a lot of sense. Alright. Serve the Queen! Hey! Step. Kick! Don't press a button. Step. Command grab. Wake up. Step. Oh. Hey, we punish those. Get up. I'm dead. We break those. Get up. Hi, Dazzy. Oh my god, it's the beam. My main is Riptor. Step. Step, 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 step. Too much step. Step, step. Uh-oh. That's a punish and a half. No. Get to your corner. Wake up. Step, step. Oh. No. Step, 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 step. Step, 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 step. And a grab. Stomp, stomp. Good choice, I know, right? How's Dazzy doing? How's the bean? I can show beans now. I'm just trying out general round because, well, stab is good. Only good in the virtual sense. Don't ban me, Twitch. I don't condone stabbing in real life. Ram is a big goof. I guess, yeah. Getting ready for a big stream. Ooh. Well, let me do this real quick then. Haha. Get shot now. Yabin? He looks fun and funny. I'm doing pretty good. Albeit, my brain a little bit jumbled up playing this game for like almost 4 hours. It is very brain intensive, but hey, I'm doing pretty good. Also getting ready for a trip to a convention soon. That's happening in December 8th. Excited. It is like the only convention in Malaysia too, so I'm glad. No problem, Dazzy. Is it like a special occasion you're gonna celebrate for the big stream? I don't have a big stream though. I usually just lurk at streams. Oh, usually. And then here I'm just watching Tim and Bash. Watching a webcomic while I'm waiting for a match. Any plans for the season? Season, like winter, right? I never thought about that. There's no winter here. I mean, Malaysia is eternal summer, but I guess I can have like a crimbus hat. I can put like a little Christmas hat on top, maybe. Maybe. I don't know. Like in Malaysia, there is a lot of Christmas music going on. You know, whenever I go to shopping mall, it's not only just like dong 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 qiang, gong xi gong xi gong xi ni. Like there's also like all I want for Christmas is you happening in shopping mall. Is like, yeah, sure. but then like household or anything wise, just nothing. Like we don't really celebrate those, but we do look at it as like, oh hey, it klima, and it's like, yeah, business as usual. Oh, although there's one thing that's quite significant, no? It's the, what do you call that? Dongzi. I forgot what Dongzi is. Give me a second. Let me get my Google. Go to translate. Google Translate. Uh-oh. Wordplay. Okay, I don't know what Dongzi is, but Dongzi is quite significant in around the Malaysia region, I believe. So during Dongzi, we will always have like Glutinous rice balls? Tangyuan, I don't know what to call that. There's so many things I don't know in English. It's a punish and a half. Oh! Slight switch even? Ow. I can react to medium. Oh! Huh. Ow, bird. Ow. I gotta jump again. I'll jump again. Step. What? The fucking bird. Okay. I'm jumping. Ow. No. Oh. Yeet. Yeet. I'm coming. Why?
I guess I'm yipping. I got hit in the yip. Hey! 6 different characters and online matches as general round. I'll take it, yip. I'll take it, yip. I'll take it, yip. Okay, give me a second. Okay, 冬至. What do we call 冬至? What is this? Sorry about the oh god. Sorry, yip. 冬至. Winter solstice, apparently. So during winter solstice, we will eat tangyuan. Sweet dumpling? I mean, I guess it's made of glutinous flour. Glutinous flour. Yep. Right? And then we eat those things, we cook them, and then it's gonna be like some sort of a thing. So like winter solstice is like a bigger thing in Malaysia than Christmas somehow. But I'll take it. Because the sweet dumpling is pretty good. A Dazzy bowl? Yeah. The yip. We like yip. Get yipped on. Oh shit. Dazzy's been caught. Although I saw you've been playing a lot of Lethal Company lately. Lethal Company is great, but I haven't been playing it for a while. Yep. There's so many games I want to try out, so I just didn't play as much Lethal Company lately. It's like, eh. It's a heckin' fun game. It's so good. Yep. The microphone, like, the voice chat in the game, it's sort of perfected, you know. Zekers is such a genius. Yep. Dazzy is a cutie bot just like Tylra. That Dazzy is more... Dazzy is... I would say just a tad bit more.
Then Tylra. Have you seen the dance that Dazzy can do? Wow. The moves. Like... No, you cannot prove that. Oh god, okay. Alright, Tutu it is. Tutu! Tutu! Rip to Tutu! Let's go. Tutu! Alright, see if I can do some shumichu. Just imagine Tylra doing that dance. Unimaginable levels of cute. What are you trying to do, huh? Nice respect. Ooh, the respect is off the charts. To the wall you go. You mix! No, respect the flame. Respect the flames. You can do that too. Good break. You don't do that! Whoa. Oh. Nah. Damage. We take the kill. Make sure. That's why I love Ripta.
Supreme victory.
Oh, look at the tutu though, oh my god. Tutu. Gonna love the tutu. Did you try to... Good grab. Ooh, schmicks. Ah, I messed up. Looks like they know something. Nice punish. Alright. Nice. Nice. Ooh, rollback. Schmicks. Misinput, sorry. Schmixu. Oh. Eh. Oh my god, the rollback, please. Heal. That's why we love Riptor, baby. Hi, Gogeta. Another fellow Bobo. True. Wow. Okay, I'll take it. GG. Nice final. Actually, I don't even know how to like implement the dance like that to a model.
Hello.
Oh.
And welcome.
Rex, thank you. Appreciate. I'm so anxious because I haven't finished packing for the trip. But then again, I always get super anxious when before a flight. I don't know. I feel like I will always miss something, that I forgot something during the flight. It's like it always gives me super. It always gets me anxious, like super anxious. Like I cannot handle it. But it's been so long. It's been like, I believe, 3 or 4 years around. About 3 years that I haven't been to KL and then meet my friends there. It's like, I miss them. Oh, it's the idol. It's the idol. Looks like they know how to play a lot of characters. Alright, watch me get bodied. Alright, I need the edge. Give me the edge. Alright, here we go. It's Charlie Bumper. Oh, too much. Nice. I ducked. Ah, too late. That's a medium. Reset. Oh, they know. Okay. Oh! They know. Ooh, so painful. Nice jump. No, that's bullying! Plus frame, fuck you. Alright. Listen. Jumping. Ow. Those looks like heavy, question mark? Uh-oh. Oh god. Oh, that's heavy! It looks like medium! Get down, don't oh! Okay, took a health bar. Fair enough. Shmixu! Uh-oh, they jump, help! Aha! You thought I can react to that, but I cannot. They jump. Woohoo! Oh my god, the overhead. Good shit. I got some health down, I'll take it.
Awesome victory.
I never realized how strong standing medium kick for Idol is. Oh, we got grab. Uh-oh, I'm getting smixed. Oh, over it. Good call. Ah! It's not a medium! It's a heavy. Please etch that into my brain. Ow. Okay, good. Good DP. Oh, I'm dead. Stop! I tried to grab. I'm sorry. Oh, yay! Oh my god, you. Nope. Good call. I'll do it again. What? Uh-oh. Oh, cancel jump, nice. Aha! Ah, no, I didn't! God damn it. I knew they were gonna counter break there! I knew it, but I messed up the input! God damn it. That could have been a comeback. You know what? I was panicking. I was panicking. Good shit, good shit. I could have won that one. I could have at least got around. Cute combo. Hi, Astro. I love how I'm just like around 100 and then go up, go down, go up, go down. Hope you're doing good, Astro. Welcome, welcome. I guess I need to learn how to make my model dance. I don't dance in real life. Just 好像看到 Mickey Mouse 在笼子里面 What? They call a mouse? What the fuck? Wait, the mouse... The mouse trap that my dad made, makeshift mouse trap, worked? No fucking way, that's wild. This Dirk is getting tired. I'm gonna head out now. It was fun hanging out here. I hope you have a good one. Thank you, Rex. Also, I didn't know you're a Dirk. I like Dirk. Have a good rest. Thanks for hanging around. Mousetrap? Yeah, sorry Astro, but there has been quite a mouse infestation going on around my house. But not you though. Astro is good mouse. What is this connection? Jesus fucking Christ, this... Okay, you want to play like that? Uh-oh. This guy's a toxic player. Do you know about this? What? Jesus fucking Christ, dude. A laggy toxic player. It happens. But good thing that I didn't let them win around. A good thing I didn't let them, you know, get my health bar down, because they will teabag and taunt all the time. I can feel it. I already felt that one because, one, they intentionally skip my intro. That's how you know. Right? That's how you know. In this game, that's how you know. But at least I beat the shit out of them. Like, I did the charge in move. I guess they don't know much about the matchup. Because the charge in, you have to jump it. They have like 10 years to react to that because of the lag, but they didn't jump. I'm just watching Tim and Bash currently. The webcomic. It's so good. Alright, I want to destroy them even more. See if I can do it with Ripta. You want me to play that game? We can do it. But it's such a bad matchup for Ripta though. Against the Gargos. My input's getting eaten. Wow, they actually broke that. I want to see how bad this gets. Oh my god, it's so bad. Let's go. I love this. That I can just do this. Oh, I missed it. He just T-5 because of breaking the combo. Yeah. Gonna celebrate the small victories, I guess. Oh my god, it's so bad. Underwater fight. Hey, it feels about right. Have I played that many matches? 30 wins, 12 lost? Damn, I didn't even notice that I played that much matches. I just keep playing because it's so good. Yeah, loading the match took so long. I know, right? It's the beauty of it. And I cannot believe I actually land that recapture on the ultra, on the second ultra. I actually land the recapture. Because after the ultra, you need to do a neutral jump. And then once you land, you need to do shadow recapture. A shadow tail flip, essentially. Recapture then, and then do an opener again to do another ultra. I landed that shit. I'm very surprised. Did I just got talk shit on? They say that I'm laggy. I'm from Malaysia, what do you want? One star killer rank. They seem pretty good, but they seem to hate me. Nice. Grab it. Grab it. Two duck. Ooh, all the health gain. Wasn't I laggy? You can break that? Good grab. Oh, I'm dead. Ooh, nice. I might be dead. Nice, good shit, good shit.
I'm afraid your path ends here.
I didn't expect the overhead reset towards the end. That was bald. Also really good. But yeah, this is a sad case of me living in Malaysia, honestly. I have to deal with all the lags and most of the games I play. Nice overhead. Oh, good shit. They know that I react to heavies. Oh, that's a punish and a half. Good shit. That's pretty strong. Oh! Uh-oh. Grab. Nice. Nice. I thought you can overhead that, like anti-air that shit. Nice. Ooh, good shit.
I'm afraid your path ends here. Supreme victory!
I don't know. I guess something like that does hit me really hard because I love this game and I've been playing pretty respectful, but because of lag I get talked shit on. It hits me pretty hard, but It's fine. It happens. Oh god. Yeah, let's stab. Oh yeah, by the way, did you guys know that this game has like a very bad situation of having your mic on by default? Oh, nice overhead. Another overhead. Wow. Step, 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 step. Ow. Overhead. Ow. DP. Ow! Ow. DP. Grab it. Creo Storm! You're mine. I'm pretty sure that does that instinct cause the stream to like go apeshit? Does it cause like bitrate to be like, oh bye bye bitrate? I'm not sure if it does. I have to check the font afterwards to see for myself. Its sun is shining directly at my face. I don't like it. Bash plush toy? I mean, I bought a plush on Makeshift. That is the Swordfish design that glows in the dark. I bought it. Just honestly never enough plushies. I just need more dragon plushies to soothe my kobold soul, or to please my kobold soul. sorry. More dragons are needed. It's kinda hard to find matches now. Oh, speaking of. I guess playing General Rum like this can also make me learn how to deal with stuff as General Rum. Now I know that I have a shadow krill thing on Wake Up that gives me iframes, so that's good. Wakui Satang. Oh, that's a nice outfit. Oh my god. Oh god. Oh my god. Oh my god, my inputs. What? Oh shit. My input! I actually broke that one. My input! My input just getting eaten. Nice break. Nice break.
Hey, long time no see this game. Gojro Bongo.
That's death. Hi Ting. Long time no see this game? Yeah. The game recently got updated after 7 years of nothing. So I'm back. And there's a lot of people playing this game now. But still no Asia region, I guess. But because pretty much 75% of the matches I play is still pretty laggy. But I can deal with it. Huge updates? It's more like a patch and balance update, I'm pretty sure. Some bug fixes for characters, some balancing for characters. But the most important thing is that Glacius got nerfed. Great. Deserved. Glacius has been an asshole for so long. Yeah, Glacius needed those nerfs. Because I just feel like Glacius can just spam power punch, shoulder charge, with no consequences. Because like the shoulder charge is minus, but because the pushback is so harsh, we cannot punish it at all. So it's free pressure, and free pushback, which is what Glacius needs. So yeah, that's why Glacius is such a menace in the game. And pretty much when I was playing in Windows 10 version, everyone plays as Glacius. Alright, this guy knows how to play.
Fight on.
Wakoy Statang! Bird! Nice. Good break. Oh, I actually messed up, really? Is this some new thing where people message you to ask for advice?
Supreme victory.
What? Oh, are you referring to the new rules that are implemented in the chat? Stranger with random looking name? Huh? Oh wait, are you getting messaged by someone on Discord or some shit? Usually, no? Because if it's Discord and it's random that you don't know, best to be careful. Twitch? I don't know about that. You could DM me some information so that I can know about it, I guess. This is a message from someone asking advice. New bot scam. Because the username is weird. Yeah, just be careful. Which is, yeah, what Astro said could be true as well. New bot scam. The scam just keeps getting updated. It's kind of scary. Just if it involves any links or some shit, do not click any suspicious. Like, do not click any link. From randos, definitely not, right? From someone you trust, maybe? But best not to just click any link that you don't know what it does.
Welcome. General Rob.
Hisako though? I might get counted to death. Probably. Fortunately no link, you never know.
Fight on.
Like, you never know. They might ask something like, could you check out this link? There's something that I've done there. And then it's like... it usually leads to that one. God damn! God damn! Uh-oh. God damn. Uh-oh. This guy's a master of breaking combos. Eh. Oh no, a Steam player? I guess? Is Steam that bad? I mean, you should be, oh no, a Malaysian player, because there's no one in Malaysia play this game.
Supreme victory!
I mean, I have the Windows 10 version, I just didn't install it. I would install it, but man, two Killing Instinct on my PC is a little bit too big. Too big. I think it's like 40 gigabytes or some shit? Probably. Right? It's so big, the game. Is this person... I want to play Riddler, but I'm a little bit afraid. Great game, but way more populated on Windows version. I just wish they sort of have like some sort of a crossplay between Windows 10 version and also like between the Windows version and also Steam version. That would be great. Punish? Oh, they know. Oh, I think it's a medium version. Is it not medium version? My input's getting eaten. That's a wrong move, but I'll take it. Dupwe! I'm here to numb A. Don't know Kobo. Uh-oh, help. My back! Wait, that's breakable, right? That's breakable. Oh god. Damn. You don't seem to be having a great time. A little bit, I guess, after that exchange of a person saying that I'm laggy as fuck. I'm a laggy POS, they mentioned. It saddens me a little bit, honestly, but it's okay. I understand. I'm in Malaysia. Stop! That's death, right? That's actually death. Get fucked. They get robbed. Actually get robbed. Oh my god. That's rough. That's rough. For them. That is actually daylight robbery. You sound like you're having a good time, just not winning. Ah, true. Not necessarily to win to have a good time, just have a blast with the game in general. Although I hope you're doing good solo. Hi. They couldn't cosplay because of reasons of the death's hands. Oh god, that's sad. It's something about being bought by other company and stuff like that. I don't know what the problem is with the dev side, but Unfortunate that they cannot implement some sort of crossplay between Steam and Windows version. I mean, it would be great if there's crossplay, but hey. This one. This game right here. Look at that one. This one. Killer Instinct. Maybe I should try playing the Windows 10 version. I'm gonna play some, you know what, I'm gonna play some Kim Woo, even though I don't know how to play Kim Woo. I might lose this one, it's okay. Kim Wow. Kim Wow. Oh, look at the walk speed though. Incredible. Hey, that's breakable. Uh-oh, I blocked the wrong way. I do not define in games. Like a generation need to get into 10 years ago. That's fair, that's fair. Ow. Dragon Kick! Damn, how do you break so good? Damn! Kick! Dragon Kick! Dragon Kick!
Run from fate. But you should have tried.
Get double Dragon Kick, baby! Kick! Yo, I should have lost that one, to be honest. That guy's a master of combo breaks, holy shit. Apparently a trademark is robbery. Kinda feels like it. I mean, I've been robbing, well, not in real life, but in Killer Instinct, I've been robbing people when I have low health, and it just kills them outright. Oh, they're gonna be so pissed. I'm sorry. I'll do Kim Wow again. I'll do Kim Wow. Perhaps I should nump you down to 1 HP, then you get superpowers. That's how it works. Don't nump the kobold! No, I don't like being numped. Oh god, I should just do it first. Look at that! Kick! BP. Grab. Yep, yep. Yep, yep. Ow. Yep, yep. DP? Uh-oh, I'm dead. Dragon Kick! Whoop. Nice. Oh, that was salty as fuck. Well, not salty as fuck, but I think they took the win very nicely. You know what? Good play, good play. What if I boop Kobold? Yes. Kobold good. Boop Kobold good. Yes, yes. You know what? I probably deserve that full ultra. With how much I've been robbing this wonderful person. Oh god. This is the person who robbed when I first came in? I think so, yeah. How about... Oh, this one good. This one good. I like. I very like. I very like head pets. I mean, boop, boop, and pets pretty good. Big pets. Lurk? Okay. Have a good lurk, Sola. I'm just enjoying the comics so much. And no, I'm not talking much when I'm waiting for a match. Bike and Simp? Hey, you and me both, let's go. They seem pretty good. Let's start with Riptor first. Bike and Simp? You and me both, man. Bike and good. Tusk? Let's go. A Tusk is so rare. Oh, too much. Good grab. Nah. Ooh. Nah. Not a bad task, honestly. Being able to utilize those counter frames is pretty good. I'm pretty sure if I were to play General Ram or Kimbo, I would lose 200%. I would 200% lose against this task. I will. That's not bad. That task is not bad. Oh my god, Limzard? Yeet. It's the sole reason why I play this game so much. What the? Limzard. Limzard good. Limzard perfect. Our first live action video is out. Live action video? For tip what? Goddamn, I wanna watch it. Oh my god, that is the most adorable thing ever. Maybe I should, maybe, you know, it's on YouTube. I could definitely share that one. Let me post it into my, post it into Dragon Simping Corner real quick. I'm just gonna open up my YouTube. Open up YouTube. I cannot show it because, you know what, it's only YouTube. What's the what's the worst that's gonna happen? It's just YouTube. Nothing bad going on with YouTube, right? Okay, history. This one. It's gonna be loud, right? Oh god.
Feeding a dragon.
There we go. Now we can change the things. Yeah, this is Tim and Bash. I've been watching their webcomic throughout the whole stream. When I was waiting for matches, I've been watching that. I hope you don't mind me going Ripta again. Doo doo. Ripta doo doo. I like that doo doo. Aww. Aww. Aww, really? Couldn't handle that? Really? Let me just post this to my Discord real quick. Oh yeah, Ting Jie, that is so sus. That is 100% bot scam, but you could just play with your food a little bit, I guess, if you want. I mean, usually I like to play with scammers a little bit. Waste your time, essentially. I'm referring to the screenshot that my sister sent me just now. Oh my god, they have a dragon plushie! They have a dragon plushie! That's so adorable though. Okay, I'm getting EP. Okay. Have good sleep, numbers. Yeah, have a good night. You too, numbers. Thanks for hanging around. Take care. Have a good rest. Why do I hear violin noises? Huh? Wait. Oh god, okay. Let's do it. Seems like a pro. Seems like a very pro. Let's do it. Sable is very scary, not gonna lie. Nice block. Ah, that's a medium. Very fast. Good mix. Good mix. Nah. Okay. I'm surprised. I mean, from that star account, I thought I'm gonna get destroyed for sure. Interesting? Yeah, it seems like a thing in Steam version of the game, whereas... I mean, I've seen a few, right? I've seen a few. Like, star players don't really behave like one. Like, I don't trust that even years of not playing, I don't think you will forget about basic blocking and schmicks of a character. I genuinely don't think that. Like, I didn't play this game for years, and I came back to it. Muscle memory pretty much just like acting on its own, and eventually I started getting D-rush of this game, and it only take like 3 to 4 hours. I don't know. I mean, I just feel a tad bit... I feel a little bit weird. Whereas those star players behaving like that, you know, it's... At 12 star no less, that was 12. Maybe they haven't fought against a Riptor yet. To be fair, there hasn't been a single Riptor that I found online. Not a single Riptor that I've fought against. Yeah, I'm going back with Riptor. I got my stabbing quota now. My stabby quota. I know it's like probably me acting like a bully. I apologize in advance. I'm sorry. It's not my intention, I swear. I'll skip mine, thank you. I'll respectfully skip mine. Bird! Bird! Nice. Oh, that's a light. No, that was a block. Ik na. Oh, I messed up. Where's my Riptor puzzle? Wait, wrong game. No, yeah, that's Riptor. Look at that. That beautiful looking raptor is Riptor. Hi again, Lex. Okay. Skirt goes spinning. I'm gonna love Riptor in Tutu. Hello Yip. Hello Yip. I see Yip. I Yip back. Hello Yip. Hope you're doing good. Welcome. 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 Oh my god, new. Ooh. Team and Bash live action? Yo. Yes, hope you're doing good. We get beat. Is there no one else playing? Alright, I'll try my best to make Kim Woo. They're gonna get a lot of kicks in. What for is Satang? I got a friggin' dragon.
You can see how this ends, right?
Right. Medium. You need to stop using medium. Ow. Whoa, that's a lot of damage. Nice.
You can't run from fate. But you should have tried.
Kim Wow. Kim Wow has stricken. I wish this deck could playable Trucken though. That's sick. Kim Woo is pretty cool actually, but I just don't know much about Kim Woo. Kim Woo has this dragon mechanic where she can parry, she can deflect projectiles, and once whenever she does that once, she gets a dragon. So we call them Dragon Charge essentially. Dragon Charge, you can shoot dragons, which acts like a projectile that destroys every projectile in the game. I'm pretty sure, I think. Destroys every projectile and will pierce through them. Alright, so you have to respect the dragon projectile, but only get 3 charges. But you can get them back with a color circle back ender, a color circle back punch ender, a firecracker ender here, and parry will get them 1. Defecting will get 1, I believe. But yeah, and then you can also use the Dragon Charge to animation cancel, where you can do any move at any point. You can cancel and do a dash forward. Essentially, make Dragon Kick safe. I'm pretty sure, but I just don't know how to utilize all of them. It's tough. I don't know much about Kim Woo. I've been playing Richter for so long that I don't even know how to play Kim Woo at all. Well, I only know like the basic stuff. But yeah, I'm only using basic stuff with Kim Woo. Oh. Is it all like new players now? Uh-oh. Those names looks like Chinese. Are you actually from Asia? Is it gonna be not laggy at all? Oh my god, there's 0 lag. You're from Asia! Step. Good disrespect. Nice. There's 0 lag. This one's from Asia. Nice. Step. Step, 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 step. Kill. You're dead. This one is from Asia. This one is definitely from Asia. There is zero lag. She sounds pretty cool, sounds like fun mechanic. If I can utilize all of them, Chemo is sick. Fun. Dwaken. Funko. Dwaken. Dwaken. Why? I'll play a few more. I feel like my brain's getting jumbled. Yeah. Sorry. Didn't mean to do that. Is that brains? Oh my god, it's a actual that's a good looking brains. Oh my god. Oh, okay. Let's do it. Let's do it. Brains. Oh, the beans. They know something, but they don't really block well. Let's utilize that. Nice to suspect. Nice. Oh, that's a heavy. God. Damage. Dude, that's a 12 star, right? I guess they are still de-rusting. In care, everyone is rushed down. Hey, that's true enough. Take the turn next time. Scaly versus Furry. Doesn't matter. Right. Hey, Scaly wins always, okay? No bias, no bias. Do you see this? Do you see who I am? No bias. No bias. Yeah, Scaly's just better. Objectively better. In every single way possible. Right? But what if Furry Scaly? Ooh, Furry Scaly though. I mean, to be fair, I'm scaly. Yeah, fuzzy ducks are very good though. Yeah, like I'm kind of fuzzy though. Look at the neck fluff that I have. I guess I'm like 75 or 80% scale. I'm 80% scale, 20% fur. I don't like both I don't know, like both has got my kobold for D&D and have furry OC. Oh, that's fair, that's fair. I mean, look at me, I have furry OC as well. My cryptid is essentially a furry. But then I just have more scaly friends. I have my Eastern Dragoness, I have my Snake, and also a kobold. On the note of non-scale on scale characters, I actually really like how Riptor has small feathered crab. Yes! 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 That's a really neat detail. Oh my god. Riptor good. Riptor is generally good design. This one is actually no bias. I think Riptor's design is really cool. Really, really good. Like, to be fair, I pretty much feel like I feel like all of the characters in Killing Instinct is like pretty well designed in terms of like appearance and also gameplay wise. Although maybe not Glacius though. You know what? Glacius gameplay wise, no, maybe not. Also have a big dragon plushie downstairs. Nice. Big dragon plushie. Never enough plushie. So what does Spooder count as? Arachnid? But they're like chitin, right? Chitins. I guess? Titico managed to have a really neat unique detail when he activates his super, his implant Scargo. Yes! Yes! I messed up! I disrespect that. Going in! Shmixu! Another Shmixu! Overhead. Plus frame. Good break. Yay! Nice recapture. That's heavy. Grab. Plus frame. Shmixu! Another one! Yeah, they might be de-rusting. I mean, for a 2-star player, I don't trust that that's their full capability. I don't trust it. Maybe they're going easy on me. I don't... 2 stars? How? How do you get stars? If I remember correctly, stars is like you can get a star per month. Per month?
Ultra combo.
Yeah, ultra combo. Per month, and then it's like top 32, I think? Top 32 killer rank will get a star. Either top 32 or top 10 or top 3. One of them. I don't remember. I never even got a star before. My Windows 10 version is like killer rank, but I got destroyed, man. Yeah, that was pretty fast. I'm very surprised. To be fair, being fast is what Richter does best, but yeah. I'll take it. I just feel a little bit weirded out with that there are a few players with a lot of star count, but they don't play like... They don't... with utmost respect, they don't really play like star players. I just don't feel like it.
Hello. And welcome.
Thank you. I'm just looking at webcomic when I'm waiting for a movement. That's why I'm not speaking as much. I hope you guys don't mind, but thanks for the follow. Appreciate. I'm looking at Tim and Bash webcomic right now. because there's dragons in there. Oh, I just went through every... No! Wait, I went through everything. That's... How many? Oh, I just read everything. No! I want more. I want more Tim and Bash. Oh, web comic? I guess that's where the spiders are hiding. Oh my god, you know what? Lex would like that. Lex love jokes like that. You know? Yeah. Yo, Kim. You know what? I'm going general round for a little bit. I don't know if they're like actual new player or not. That's a good looking Kim Woo though. Oh my god. Look at the shoulder plate. The scale, the gauntlets. Oh my god. That looks good. That's a nice Kim Woo. Here we go. I got the truckin'. No. Serve the queen. Serve the queen. Hi, how you doing? Oh. Nice break. Damn, what a break. That's not it. Help. Nice. That's breakable. Good break. Here comes the damage. Yeet. And then the schmicks. That's a lot of damage. I'm sorry, it doesn't work that way. Why would you do that? Sorry, that's too much. That was disrespectful, I'm sorry. That is a wonderful joke, yes. Web comic. That's where the spiders are hiding. Oh god. Hey, look at that. 5.5 hours of playing Killer Instinct, I got 300 points on gold rank. I suck at this game. This game is difficult, but I love it. I love fighting games. They're all so hard, but I love them. And I'm just thinking about what to pack. Like, what should I pack for my KL trip? Like, I'm so anxious. Good morning, Merp. Oh my god, it's the couple. Good morning. Oh, my hands are broken. Good morning. What a nice way to wake up to Tylra beating the crap out of other people. Yeah. How was sleep? Hopefully the sleep is good. Look at Merp. Oh my god, it's another couple. Another wonderful couple. And Kobo wondering what to pack? Maybe you should try a different packing tactic. Different packing tactic, huh? I need a different pack tactic. Luffy or legs. I usually refer them as legs. Or hubba sounds good. Hubba. Oh, I can refer legs as hubba. Oh my god. Hubba. Yep. Yep. Oh. Yep. Hey. Yep. Oh. A Melusena? Yep. God, I miss Monster Hunter Rise. Yep. It's been a long time since I last played it. But man, this is such a good game. Yep. Oh. Yep. Huh. Yep. I saw Malzeno redeem. I clicked. Malzeno good. Yep. Hey, have you seen Malzeno? Very hot looking dragon. It pretty much those yips pretty much sums up how I feel about Malzeno. Yep. Yep.
Ooh, shiny.
There's so many yips going on. Yeah.
Yep.
Yep. It's like a single in there. I usually see Malzeno when they're not in the best shape. Why are you bullying Malzeno? Yep. Yep. We cannot bully Malzeno. Only love Malzeno. Malzeno doesn't sound too cool, but Melusena? Melusena sounds really good though. I'm gonna save my points. I'm so close to 150k. But I haven't finished up my previous project though. And I don't think I'll be doing it soon because I'll be going to KL soon. But of course, like once I'm done with the project, I'll do the next one. I'm very sorry, but I need Malzeno's skills to seal the fit. Okay, fine. You know what? Guilty. Me too. Gonna need that Malzeno drop. Actually, what time is now? 5:55 p.m. Wow, yeah, walao eh. 5:55 p.m. Watch out. Oh, hey. Hey, yo, it's the Kim Wow. Kim Wow.
Fight on.
You found a victim. The greatest compliment is to wear someone, right? Ooh, unless you're a living suit. What? Did I say something? Wee! Nice. Uh-oh. Get back to a corner. Help. No, we break those. Oh, I'll stop. Stip. Wake up, stip. Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, nice. No, we don't take those. Stip. Uh oh, ow. I can't see shit. Snip, 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 snip. Snip. Sorry, intrusive thoughts, I'm sorry. Invitation is the sincerest form of flattery. I cannot argue with that. I really cannot. Like, I really cannot argue with that. Corner pressure intensifies. Yeah, General Ram is like, I'm at your face, what you gonna do about it? Die. Die. Like, I feel like Killer Instinct General Ram is like the most satisfying stab ever made. Something about General Ram stabbing is so satisfying. The only fighting game I felt I was kinda good at is Dead or Alive. Oh, it's a fighting game that I never tried before. I've seen gameplays of it. It's like a 3D fight space, right? Something like Tekken, Soul Calibur. I guess we learned something. Don't bring nunchaku to a knife fight. Yeah, no matter how cool you are with nunchaku, knife wins. But then again, that nunchaku has dragons on it though. You never know, the dragon is good. You could bring dragon to a knife fight, I'm pretty sure. The dragon wins always. Oh wow, wait a minute, this is actual new player? Oh no. Oh no. Is there all new player playing right now? I feel bad, I'm so sorry. But it's ranked, so I have to go all out. Dead or Alive's most unique feature was that there was like a rock paper scissors RPS feature where holds beats strikes, strike beats throws, and throw beats holds. It was neat. I miss it. Oh, it's something like Pokken Tournament then. Before I bring a nunchaku, I'll use a long sturdy stick that's more effective than a small stick on the chain that loses its force on impact. I know, right? just bring a non-stick or something. If stick doesn't work, bite them. Are you? Yeah, they are so new. I'm so sorry. Oh god, I'm sorry. Oh, they tried to break combo. That's a good start. Oh, I messed up. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I don't know. It's ranked. I have to go all out. Or for the Guilty Gear Strive players, just be Happy Chaos and cheat by bringing a revolve. Yeah, oh my god, god damn it, Happy Chaos. Brings me PTSD. This is well. I feel bad for. I kind of feel bad. I actually feel bad for them. This ego looks like how I would play. He must be so confused. I mean, I guess it takes some bravery to play the game. The first match, right? That is actually their first match. It's not even, they didn't even try single player. They didn't even try out any like other modes like survival single player story. No, their first match, actual first match, first hand experience is ranked. It takes some bravery to do that. Like big bravery. I tried Guilty Gear Strive before, but I couldn't really get into it. I feel like I needed someone to teach me, but I like the style of the game. Yes, the game is pretty good, yeah. My favorite character is Ramlethal. Ooh. Oh god, I hate I don't like Ramlethal too. I played Jobana. Baiken. They just ran straight into the arena and hope for the Saiyan power boost? Probably? Oh yeah, this is the okay eagle. You know what? I have some knowledge now. Let's try General Rum against this person. But why would anyone do that to themselves? I honestly don't know. Maybe they don't know how this game works yet. I play Axel. I like everyone and nobody likes you. I messed up. Oh, nice, they changed. Oh my god, that's actually cool. Oh my god, they're styling. That's amazing. Dude, you have my respect for that. I need to block, right? I know what to do. Good grab. Stop. Ooh, another grab? Okay. Stop. I jumped that time. Ooh, am I there? Dude, nice. Good shit. Oh no, why would you want to do that? Well, if I see this guy again, I'll beat the shit out of them. They don't deserve my respect anymore. The way my game just crashes, froze like it does sometimes in an online match, but in an offline match, and what? Ram sounds so floaty, it delights me for some reason. Ram is not heavy. Never gone into Guilty Gear, but if I did, I would like to learn False or maybe Potemkin. Oh, very spicy characters. I like that. I like Potemkin. Potemkin is like, I instill fear onto you. Now you will get grabbed. Not only is he too dumb to write his Twitch link username to be readable, but he's also disrespectful. Too bad, really. I'm pretty sure they take the W and leave, but if I do meet them again... Yeah. My game froze during an interaction offline and my game just decided to crash. That is the weirdest crash ever. I mean... To be fair, my game or Killing Instinct on my end never really crashed before, so yeah. Whoa! Whoa! Taxiturnix? Is it? Thank you, oh my god. He obviously streams on Twitch, so why do something that makes him unlikable on the whole interwebs? I know, right? Weird. The Xbox version of the game is the worst version right now. That's sad. That's like the original version of the game. I want my think. Thank you, Taxi. Can I call you Turnix? That sounds like turnip though. Tech works for Sean if you're curious. Alright, thank you. Thank you again, Tech. A gift up to Merp. Merp. Merp good Kobo. I'll play a few more. It's getting dark though. My room is dark. I played on Xbox just fine without issues. I never owned an Xbox before. I think my first ever console... My first ever console is PS2. And then PS3. And then no more console after that. I guess Switch counts as one. So Switch is like I got it this year... earlier this year, I believe. Dark, like many Cobalt Dance I've known. True, true. Your room is dark. I see no problem with this. There's no problem. If there's a dark in the room, oh hell yeah. There's also color bugs and input seems to have gone tighter. That's kinda sad though. So even buffering is hard now. If the input seems to have gone tighter, that's... I don't like that. One or a series? Is that Xbox name right now? Why is it Xbox One and then Xbox a series? Or a series maybe? That's the Xbox name? That's weird. What if they're gonna get like Xbox 2? Or Xbox B series? There's Xbox One and Xbox Series X. Oh my god. What the fuck? I think they have the Series S and Series X. That is hard to pronounce. That is very hard to pronounce. I thought they're gonna get an Xbox 2 or something. So maybe Xbox 2 Series XX. I don't know why those two letters. Maybe they got them off the size tag on the shirt. Probably. Xbox names are not great. It's hard to pronounce. Why not call it Xbox Schmonky? 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 Is that how you pronounce that? Xbox Schmonky sounds good. Hey, it's better than Xbox Series XX. Almost. Ooh, I'll take it. Oh, maybe it's like Schmonky? Like the A sound for the U. Schmunk. Oh, it's not O. Oh no. Oh, schmuck. So schmunky. It's like maybe. Is what I can think of. That looks like what Tikaka told me before as well. Potassium. Let's go. Xbox 360.
Schmonkey.
They lied. Xbox One Series, Xbox One, Xbox Series X, Xbox Series XX, Xbox Alpha, Xbox Xbox Hyper Frighten. I don't trust that one. how explain how to pronounce I also don't know how to pronounce that. It's okay. Serve the Quan. Come here. Come here. Ow. Ooh, what a cross up. That's a long combo. Good break. Why am I playing platformer? Yeah. Potassium? Yeah. Keek. You did. Oh, yeah. It's like trying to say O and E simultaneously. O and E. So O E. This guy is made of pure energy, and all you have is a knife. Guess it's time to cut the power. Oh my god, cut the power. I will cry. Yeah, kinda. So it's schmanky. Something like that, probably. I got it exactly. Oh my god, I'm the best. Maybe I'm German. Okay, no, I'm not. I am Malaysian. I'm not German. But honestly, there were a few years of me wanting to go to German. Honestly, there were years where I was practicing German, and eventually I stopped because oh my god, it's difficult. Language is hard. Who would have thunked? Now let's move to A and A. Is that with that accent like A and 2 together? A and E? I don't know. Texas Speech has no idea. Probably not. A? A is similar. Say A and E at the same time. A, E. A E A E E E E E E E E. Oh my god, my input's getting eaten. Oh, that's a medium, come on! Oh, that's a little bit unnecessary, sorry. Oh, good break. Oh, you are learning. Good. That's amazing. Good break, good break. They're learning the pattern. Oh, this is heavy. That's a really fast heavy. I'm blocking. Nice. Sorry. E. We see we're doing the. Oh no. Ooh. Okay. What would that U combine with? So that A is AE. That O is O. Oh wait. O and A. Is O and A? I forgot. It's like Wait, no, it's not I already forgot. Learn to hide the pain, Harold. Learn to hide the pain. Jacob is scary now. Jacob is very fucking scary. So A. No, E. Oh, it's dark. Okay, give me a second. I need to open up the lights real quick. I'm back. Hi back. Yeah. I would say Hajime Mashide. Oh my god, both of you. I cannot believe it. Hi back, I'm Tech. Yes, it's nice to meet you. This song is such a good soundtrack. Oh yeah. Okay, the TJ themes are on your workout list. Good choice. Good choice. TJ's theme is top notch. But then again, pretty much every single stage in this game, or music in this game, is fucking amazing. Albeit, as sad to say, Ripper's theme is a little bit not out there. Like, if I were to pick the worst music in the game, it would be Ripper's, sad to say. When you say actually the sound of the Sounds like an A in the A. A actually. E. With a hint of E inside, right? A. Shame. I think Jacob and Spinal's theme are two other exceptionally good ones. Yes! Spinal's is top. Oh, Spinal's theme is so good. The chant is amazing. And also with the throat singing. The throat singing on Jago's theme is fucking amazing. Very patient. Hey man. Wow, they're actually reacting to that? Dive kick! I want to kill. No. That's that for you. Yeah. I see we're gonna work on A. Probably, most likely. I love how Spider moves like a Harryhausen stop motion skeleton, such jerky movements. I mean, skeleton is not supposed to be fluid movements, right? Because they are like reanimated. So I feel every time I see like a skeleton with fluid movement, it just sort of strikes me as, how are you so fluid with your movement? You are a skeleton. You're supposed to be like jerky movements, right? They're like reanimated things. But you're an expert already. I'll take it. It just makes me think of the skeleton in Army of Darkness, and I enjoy it immensely. The skeleton enjoyer, I see. The skeleton enjoyer. And there's nothing wrong with that. I'm a dragon enjoyer myself. The skeleton, Turken, Valahazak? It sounds about right. And Valahazak is... Man, how can I say Valahazak is like the... close to the best dragon in Monster Hunter World. But then again, there's Safi. Safi is like hot as hell. Safi is... Oh my god. But then there's Fatalis. Fatalis. There's Fatalis as well. But then again, it's Fatalis being Fatalis. I think if I were to look at Monster Hunter World and the new monsters in World, Safi wins in my book. Xeno is really good as well. Me doing a lurky shmurky. It's lunchtime, okay. Have good lunch, Merc. Why is my two hands... There we go, okay, well, only one. Bye-bye. Have good lunch. Maybe one more. Oh my god, it's pitch black outside. It's only 6:30, what do you mean? I have a soft spot for the classics. I'm really fond of good old Rathalos and any upgrades he gets, but my favorite monster might be Malfestio. Oh no, I only played Monster Hunter 2 on the PS2, and then didn't play any. Or I did play Monster Hunter Frontier because, you know, Chinese. I understand it more back then. I didn't get to play like the Monster Hunter that's in Nintendo DS and 3DS. I skipped I skipped out all those, so there's so many monsters I don't know. But I only know about Dalamadur because it's like the big snake. Wapoi Satang! Wapoi Satang! Wow, you know how to block, holy shit, that's amazing. That's death and a half. Oh! Yeah! Yeet! I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Malfestia was in GU. Oh, Generation Ultimate? It's like a big chested out creature that can apply confusion. Ooh, confusion. Jesus fuck, I'm sorry, it's ranked! I'm sorry, it's ranked. I have to go out. Apparently, also don't bring a bow to a knife fight, or maybe just don't get into knife fights with 9-foot tall buff aliens. Hey, it sounds about right. If you see a 9-foot tall, 9-foot tall alien, if I see that, I would just run away. Unless it's Xenomorph, then that's a different story, because Xenomorph is hot. What? Huh? No, I didn't see. Illusion, you guys didn't hear that? I was saying that because AI Jago is a problem. Oh, it's not because I'm being mean to the person. I'm not even trying to be mean, it's just me playing a video game. Why am I thinking... I cannot... Mambrayan. Oh hey, it's a good Fulgor. You know what? I want to learn... Yeah, let's learn how to deal with that. It's a good Fulgor, we're gonna learn. AI Jago is a problem. I'm gonna try it. Oh, they don't know that. Good break. Oh god, that's a heavy. I didn't break. Oh hey, where's... Oh no, I didn't land in time. Stop. I want the damage. Good break. Nah, too far. I'll take it! I was saying, Mean will be holding back. Oh, hey, we both share the same. Same mindset. Yeah, to me, Mean will be holding back. They're here to learn first, improve second, and win third. Yeah. Ooh, hey. I respect that. Yeah, CPU. I guess that knife doubles as a can opener, huh? Yeah. I open a can. This bitch really whiffs. Crouch heavy punch and cross cut you. Oh. Wait, what? Crouching heavy punch recovers as fast. Huh? That's wild. I'm confuzzled by that. I feel like now is the time where a lot of new players show up, because a few hours back, about 3 hours back, there was a lot of pro players playing. Definitely not me included, because I'm not pro. I'm average at best, I feel like. But now it just feels like a lot of new players, starting to play this game, and I don't know if I hope I'm not scaring them away. Which I probably am. I have mixed feelings about it. Oh my god, that's a cute dragon. Yes, follow. I'm a simple kobold. I see dragon, I follow. Oh, that's a nice looking dragon, right? Putting it into this my Discord. A dragon simping corner. Professionalism at its finest, huh? Browsing Twitter when I'm streaming. Let's go. If you're average, I'm even more intimidated by this game, but K always felt tricky to you. It's fair. It's totally fair. Yeah. The KI is tricky, yeah. But also, like, the game, to me, it's like the most brain-intensive fighting game out there, in my very opinion. Because you don't get a break in this game. Like, you totally don't. There's zero break. Like, even when you're getting hit, even when you're getting comboed, you still need to look for places to break the combos. But at the same time, you need to think that if they're gonna counter break you. So, which is why very brain. Oh my god, my input. Oh, it's not far enough? Please stop. Damn, guess breaks much? Good jump. It's weird, I'm not too sure how to deal with the eye lasers. Are they safe now? Nice jump. They're learning. Good jump. My combo drop and he DP'd me. Combo drop and DP kill you? This is fine. That is fine. Hey, look, it's CPU. It's CPU. Cobra King? Yo, that's a nice looking snake though. Alright, last one. My brain's getting confuzzled by all these combo breaking fun times. Looks like the truck ran through right through the end. Oh, you know what? You're gonna go along well with legs. I'm pretty sure. I think who is it again? I know legs like puns like this. There was also another one. I don't remember. Is it Bailey? I think Bailey likes pun like this as well. Oh no, it's Leon. Good pun, good pun. Alright, last one. Let's do it. I like that they chose Chinatown Brawl too. It's my favorite music in the game. Chinatown Brawl! Beep, 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 beep. Nice jump. There has to be a way to do that, right? The laser thing? This one. There's no way they can just spam that scot-free. Oh, I messed up. Good grab. Nah, 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 nah. Oh, it's a heavy. Good shit. Oh. Good jump. I done my input. Nice. That's just getting away with it scot-free. There's no way. Good grab. Supreme figure the bitch out, Supreme Fairy and no need for instinct. Ayo. I'm definitely never jumping against Jacob online. Let me corner you an SC medium laser. How do you do the laser? There's no way they like the laser eye that shoots on the ground. There's no way they can get out scot-free. Is it scot-free? They can just not punish by that? The too low? Needs to be a way. A 5-framer. Oh, fuck. I don't even know. Ram's 5-framer unnecessary. A Ram's 5-framer is so small. Isn't that like down, like light buns essentially? If I remember correctly, the light buns are 5-framers, no? God damn it. 5-frame light attacks, but it pushes me so far. I think against General Ram they just get off scot-free, I feel like. Full gore. I mean, you always thought of laser speed light attacks. You know what, you're right. Which is why being in the corner against that parry isn't so bad. You're right. Record. What's the laser? That's CP. That's laser. Oh, there it is. No, no, that's not it. What's the... Oh, there it is. Okay, so I can charge a little bit. Okay, so... Ding, ding. Wait, that's a combo starter? Okay, that's not right. I guess just do... Hold down back. Right? Hey. Oh! Sorry. No way. I think Fogor gets out of it scot-free against Rum. I don't know. Maybe. Is there like another version of the laser then? This is a medium version. Stand like punch? Oh, is it? Stupid! Not crouching light kick. Oh my god. I think it's punishable. Okay, just hold back. How about this? Okay, so you hold back. Okay. Oh my god, stupid. Oh. Coffee? Coffee, I was about to raid out. Hi, Coffee. It's the truck. It's a truck. Yeah, you should. I totally should. What's Terra Nil? Why is that game? Why is Terra Nil? Hello, Raiders. I'm Tylra, a kobold. Play a bunch of games. I love fighting games. I do art occasionally. Welcome in. It's a silly game about ecological rebuilding. Oh! I'm just here figuring out how sad it is to play Ram against against Fogor. But yeah, I hope you had fun with that. It's silly, but I hope it's fun. How big is Ram's regular grab range? Probably very big. Is there a 5 frame error? Ooh. I mean, that's not a punish. But it's pretty big. Wait, how do I hit him? Oh! Oh! Oh. Nope. Wallawi. Oh! There's no way to punish the shit. It's so sad. It's so sad. It's a sad. Oh god, it's such a. Eye laser should be -6 on block. Is it light laser? I'm doing the medium version. Okay, let me see. I take data, input display. Okay. That's 5 frames. Oh. Guys, wait a minute. Okay. Hello, Raiders. Not Alex. Uh-oh. It's not Alex. Then who is Alex? Uh-oh. Welcome in, Raiders. Hi. Not Alex. Welcome in, Raiders. I hope you are doing good. Welcome in. What were you playing? Oh, Kill Instinct. Nice. Hey, it's a game that I'm playing. Look, I've been here for about 6.5 hours, okay? My brain, I have one single brain cell that's working currently. Hi, welcome in. My name is Tylra. I'm a kobold, play a bunch of games. I love finding games and I do art occasionally. Welcome in. I'm just figuring out that playing Ram against Fogor is a sad thing. Is that 5 frames? Really? Medium?
Hello. And welcome.
Yeah, no, that's sad. TVI X. Wait, why do I feel like I know that name? Says you're a pony, but I say you're a dragon. How am I a I'm a kobold. It's fine, you know, dragon is fine. Thank you, I appreciate that. She Ray Sasley. Thank you. Also, the name. Wait, I fought you in Killer Instinct. I know that name. My Steam name was, yeah, my Steam name was Goldroxen. It's very famous. Yes, I can see that. I was the Riptor, I believe. Wait. I was the very laggy one. I was the very laggy one because I'm in Malaysia. I'm playing this game in Malaysia, that's why it's very laggy. I believe... Yeah, I'm sorry about that. I apologize. Because I love this game. I love this game, but no one around Asia area played this game. I'm just glad this game has rollback, so I have to deal with very laggy games all the time. It's sad, but it's okay. Yeah, Malaysia KI. I feel like, God, I don't even know if anyone else play KI here. Don't take it seriously. The thing is, the person is toxic and he oftentimes lets it out. I think it's fair, to be honest, because it is quite laggy. So I still apologize. But we love him. He's a top tier player. Oh, he definitely is. That Jago was insanely good, by the way. His top tier privilege. Hey, hey, that's very respectable. I apologize once again, but hey, I enjoyed the match at least. There's no... wait, no. Let me try this. I mean, there has to be a way to punish that, right? Oh yeah, by the way, I hope you guys had fun with Killer Instinct. With the recent update, I just came back. I've been playing this game for quite a bit during mid-school year, but because I'm in Malaysia, so I didn't get to play as much. But I do love fighting games. Are you playing on Wi-Fi? I do. I'm playing on cable. I never want to play fighting game on Wi-Fi because it's sad to do so. I don't like it. No, how? No, wait. No, wait. Okay, walk forward. Stop. Record. Pew pew. Down back. Okay. Definitely not this one. Ooh. Is this shit safe? It might be safe. It hits low, right? Okay, wait. There's a low.
Hello and welcome.
Chrono, thank you. Any expert? Any expert tell me? Can any expert tell me how to deal with this? I mean, I fought a bunch of Fulgor that they can just do this and get off scot-free. And then they can chain that into... They can chain the eye laser into charge blade rush, which is also safe, I believe. Maybe they can get it off scot-free. I mean, pretty much what I do. Okay, on the block. I mean, me as a raptor, I just do a bunch of stupid shit and I want. I guess I can play a few more rounds then. See, the thing is, I was kind of about to raid out, but hey, I got raided twice. I can go for a few more rounds. Oh, sorry. I need to sleep. See, I have a good one. Okay. Have good sleep. Thanks for the raid again. Long live KI. Yeah. KI is good because I get to play as a raptor. A good looking one, and in fact. I'll take it. I just kind of wish, man, every time I play a fighting game, be it Tekken, Killing Instinct, damn spring hurts. And man, sometimes I feel like I don't want to be in Malaysia. It's the same folklore again. Hey, I did some labbing, but that's not gonna help. Okay, let's not be a drifter rider. Why not? Why not? Going in! Okay, they don't know how to punish it. We break those. Step! Wake up! Low? Step, 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 step. And that's a kill, I think. Step! Stop! We take those. Good crack. I don't like that. Woohoo! That's heavy. Another one. Wee! Come here. One more. Stab. Aha! Wait. Oh god damn it! I was trying to do True Storm. No! 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 DP? Oh, that's there. I'm back. Welcome back. I remember the time Itachago standing like punches the standing heavy kick. For who, Jacob? Wait, you're a Maya player. Chaco standing LP into a standing heavy kick. Isn't Maya's heavy kick very slow? Question mark? Or am I thinking? You know what? I don't remember. It's been too long. It is. The timing is kind of difficult, but it's possible. I guess I can do it for style points, huh? Light punch into medium. I'm not even surprised that the one that teabagged me after they got a win, it doesn't play anymore. Not even remotely as surprised. Oh no. Alright, I'm going in too. Hey look, Jacob. I'm going in too. They also go rank, I'm scared. Help. Oh. No DP? DP? There it is. So it's best not to do that against Jago then. Overhead, nice. Hmm? Get down! Oh. Hey! Oh my god, that's breakable, but because the damage is too harsh. The wrong ender. Nice, good break. Oh. Then, oh, hey man. Oh, that's heavy. Ooh, damage. Neutral jumping. I'm dead. I'm bringing that. I think I'm baiting too much. I'm baiting too much. Oh. Wait, did I not mute their mic? Why is that double voice? Also, yeah, I'm not surprised. Like, name like that is toxic. Not surprised at all. In fact, it's pretty normal, I feel like. Oh, nice overhead. Oh, it's a medium. Too much. Nice DP. Oh, nice overhead. Uh-oh, too much. Good grab. Ah! I did it too late. Good grab. Careful about the chip. I'll take it. Through the... Nice. Medium? Oh god. I guessed that was bad. Shouldn't have guessed. Good break. Damage. That's a wrong move, but I'll take it. Good break. Oh, nice. I'll do it again. I'll do it again. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. Oh, I'm dead. Good shit. I'm bringing it. You gave me a chance. Oh, good jump. Oh, nice DP. Good call. Why is it double voice? The tea bag is a bit unnecessary, but it's okay. I'll play maybe 1 or 2 more. It's like 7 PM here. I should get dinner soon. An excellent rally. I'm just browsing Twitter at this point. Hey, there's no like warm-up space, you know, like when looking for matches, there's no warm-up space like other games has, like Tekken. Oh, that's a sad name. Oh god. I mean, I know that feeling, but oh god. Oh god. Hisako? I thought they're gonna play Riptor. I haven't found a single Riptor play on ranked yet. Oh, nice. Can this happen? Are you gonna comment? Too much.
Hello.
Good break. Oh, let's go. We blocked those. Let's go. Not Alex. Thank you. Oh, my fuzzy guard. What are we trying to do? I shouldn't have neutral jumped. Medium. Light, heavy, we break those. Yeah. I'm just gonna take the kill if you don't mind. My friend, arbiter. Remain, I forgot to follow. Oh, I appreciate that. Thank you. Lunch successfully consumed. Kobo belly full for now. Nice. Full Kobo belly is good belly. If I'm understanding correctly, I verified here that I did in fact request to join the Discord and that it's not some bot with my name and picture. That works. Honestly, it's just like I want to avoid random people join and then just like start messaging people to commission them or sending suspicious links happen too many times. So I think it's best to, you know, tell me that when I'm streaming, possibly when I'm streaming, and then tell me who you are on Discord. Then I can verify it, feel safe. Can I ask you a question? It's important. Oh yeah, ask away. What's up? I'll play one more. Understandable. I'm also Okay, oh, I got it. Thank you. Appreciate that lots.
Hello.
Oh.
And welcome.
Cyber Wolf, thank you. Appreciate the follow. I recently unlocked my final emote slot, so I want to commission new emotes. The thing is, I have no idea what they should look like. Do you have any good ideas? Idea for emote? I mean, I could bring out my emote ideas, which I have never done. I have notes about some ideas for my emote that I haven't drawn yet. Oh, wowee! Thank you. Big appreciated. Thank you. Don't want to steal ideas though? Nah, I don't think it's stealing ideas because the ideas for the emotes are pretty much just. Oh wow. Arbitrage. Thank you. Wow, holy shit. To Cyber Wolf, I assume they are your good friends. Thank you, appreciate it. Also, if they're given, they're gifts. I mean, they are gifts, no? Your stuff sounds like chaos. I like that. Chaos is good. Like, I'm a kobold, I like chaos. Kinda. Even though I don't sound like chaos, but I do like chaos. Chaos is great. Sometimes. Oh yeah, hey. Hope you're doing good, Cyberwolf. Welcome, welcome. Did the game hear me said that I'm gonna play last round and then there's no one playing anymore? And chaos is great. Imperial music stops. Oh god. I don't know the reference. Oh. I was about to get my phone. Well, I mean... Ooh. Look, I'm sorry. Look, I want my raptor friend in Tutu. Tutu. All right. Thanks, you too. Do you break combos? Oh, you do. Damn, nice blocks. Holy shit. Whoa, they know things. They're good player. I'll take the kill. Unfortunate. Good break, holy shit. Do you know about this? Nice break. I'm never doing medium again against this person. They hit me once, they're a good player. No, it's not meant to be disrespectful, I'm sorry. It's like that in that certain situation, they usually those who started playing the game, they don't block at all. And this person blocks, and I think that's kind of amazing though. Like I played some new players, or like the qualifiers or bronze rankings. They have 0 blocks. So it's like this person blocks so good and then throw at the exact moment they should be throwing. It's like amazing. Like that on that situation where After Predator Stand's light kick, like the little two toe tap, that move leaves me plus. I think. Yeah, that move leaves me plus? And usually I can go for like a light hit or throw mix up. And usually people go for throws after that because it beats my medium buttons, I believe. So it's like they are using throw after that toe tap. I think it's amazing. It looks like they know the game plan of Riptor. It feels like anyway. You obliterate them. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to be disrespectful. I know what you mean with newbies not blocking. Me too. It's me, I don't block enough. Hey, I get you. Who likes blocking? I don't. I hate blocking. I want to press buttons and win. I want to press buttons and hear my character shout like, "Pa, pa, 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 pa. Attack them, kill." You know? And then what do I do with blocking? Your character just stands there, not doing anything. Like, that's not fun. Right? I don't think that's fun. But then again, blocking is very important, so yeah, it's needed. You're gonna block, sadly. I see loot on your desktop. Oh yeah, loot is for the Skyrim modding thing. It's been a while since I last played Skyrim though. Maybe I should look for some mods as well. The first thing you saw, you got attracted to loot. Yeah, it's there. Loot is there. Average combo damage 0%. I would feel disrespected if you went easy on me. Hey, look at that. We both had the same idea. Same with tech, I believe. Let me open up some music. I don't like pure silence. Wait, nanti dulu saya mau open music. I feel like I want to listen to more... more Killer Instinct music, maybe? Now, you know what? Nah. I'm gonna... Ooh, hey, look, that's a nice looking dragon. I'm listening to this one. Hey, it's Trucken. Of course I want to listen to this one. It's Lo-Fi Dragon, by the way. You know what? It's good to chill out a little bit. To relax. You don't need to go like all the time. Me, I don't want to block. Also you. Plays Zoner and brings a gun lens. Ooh, that's pretty loud. My loot snoot activates automatically. I love the word loot snoot. Oh my god. Loot snoot. That is like the most adorable thing I ever heard. Loot snoot. I'm not too sure who to raid since I play Killing Instinct is kind of like the violent game. That sounds like a valuable passive. It is. It sounds like a very nice passive. Oh, there's not a lot of people playing Killer Instinct on Twitch currently. Me and 3 other people. Who obviously I don't know. Can I raid to Nita? I mean, Nita is playing Minecraft. And he's Japanese. But also, there's like a translator on his channel, so it should be fine. And he knows a bit of English as well. He can still communicate. I'm gonna raid Nita. I feel like my brain needed this. I feel like my brain's dying. anyway, let me plug my things real quick. I'm gonna summon Bernie.
I am once again asking for your financial support.
Thanks, Bernie. Thank you for the streams, you adorable thing. Wow. Thanks for being here too, you adorable thing. Yeah, I have a Discord and socials as well. A Discord is where I'll be the most active at these days. Stream-wise and also social-wise, I believe. So if you want to like chat, I don't chat as much though. It's pretty much just me doing stream stuff. I have a server there. So yeah, if I don't stream, you guys will know firsthand on Discord. I will tell you guys about it. Especially that I will be going on a vacation on December 8th. I'll post it on Discord soon so that you guys will know. At least when I'm not here, you guys won't be like, huh? Where's streamer? Huh? Where he go? I don't know. At least there's no this. So and Blue Sky. My Blue Sky is very spicy though. Like Blue Sky is where I'll be horny on main, because why not? So I should probably update the link to be like 18 plus. The stream itself is already 18 plus. Hopefully that's enough. But still, just in case, I'm gonna add like a 18 plus sign to it. Thank you for stream. Thank you for being here. Appreciate. Yeah, we're gonna rate Nita then. I'm gonna type in the rate real quick. That's a spicy sky. Yeah, it's a very spicy sky. Like, very spicy. I'm not even lying. Very spicy. Viewer discretion is advised. Just be warned. Be warned. And I think that's pretty much it. We're gonna raid into Nita. Dazi is not streaming today because it's Friday, I believe. It's Friday over there. Yeah, it's Saturday here. Okay, I think I had a lot of fun today. Killing Instinct was great. Met a few toxic players, but it's the online space. It's totally fine. It doesn't hurt me as much this time. I know I'm very susceptible to like mental damage, you know. The mental damage with all the taunts and TE backs and shit. But I'm okay. I'm having I had a heck lot of fun with Killing Instinct. I'm glad to be back too. Right?
Emotional damage!
Yeah. I'm very easily emotional damaged ED, so it's okay though. I still like fighting games. Eventually I'll stop feeling so fragile, and I'll strengthen my mental fortitude. But anyway, I had fun today. Hope you guys had fun as well. So before the raid, I want to say thank you all so much for joining with me today. Really appreciate all of you. Love you all so much. And also, know that you guys are all loved, valid, and matter. Very valuable. Alright? Love y'all. Get pets? I'll get pets. Thank you. I also love fighting games. I don't play online very often. Get too much hate messages. Oh yeah, it's not like the FGC, like the fighting game community is bad. It's like the bad ones are very loud. That's which is kind of sad, to be honest. But yeah, I guess I'm part of an FGC. I guess, since I play fighting games. But yeah, hope you guys had fun too. Here comes the raid to Anita. Nita is currently playing Minecraft. Oh yeah, speaking of Minecraft, I do have Minecraft as well. My Dragon Survival mod is not finished yet. And also Baldur's Gate. Also, this is the raid message. Honestly, if you want to use your own emote, feel free. Yeah, use whatever emote you guys want, but maybe not more than 4 of them. Oh yeah, also we're rating here. So just in case people get left behind, they will know where we rated to. This is where we rated. There. That's neat. Very nice bear. I'm gonna wait for the timer to go down, and like as always lah. Sunday I'm not too sure what to do. I'll see what I'll play. I'm not too sure what to do. I just feel like this week I'm just doing whatever I want. It's like, hey, I'll do this. Alright, okay. Something like that. So yeah, see you guys tomorrow. Take care everyone. Love y'all. Smooches. Mwah. Bye bye.